super annoying. Okay, I think, system sounds. There it is. Give me a second. Okay. Keep tapping the screen. I think it should be off now because I don't want you guys to have to hear all the crap I hear. The puzzle pieces and everything. Give me a second. Just gonna make oh, there's Twitch. Hello, Twitch. Happy Monday. And we'll talk about daylight savings in a second. I want to get your guys' opinions because I live in a place without daylight savings. So give me a second. Let me get us live on YouTube, and then we can discuss if we should start what would be an hour later for you all, or I can just start an hour earlier. Why can I not find us on YouTube? Here we go. There we go. Okay, give me one more second. Let's get to 50K. Tap the screen, TikTok, tap, tap, tap. Happy Monday on you, Lehua. Oh, lovely to see you. Happy Monday, YouTube. I have so many interesting things to tell you guys about today. And it's going to be an interesting week. Who knows what's going to happen? Some government shutdown. So many things are possible. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with my hand? Okay. I need help. It's Monday. It's one of those days. And daylight savings. I'm all over the place. Tap the screen, share the live. Let me adjust my ADHD chair. I need to sit. I'm feeling extra fidgety today. Perfect. Whenever I feel like I'm going to squirm out of my seat, I just sit backwards. It's like being a baby. If anyone has ADHD, by the way, and they don't know what I mean by ADHD chair, there's a link to it in my link tree. If you are interested in, like, if you have ADHD or not just ADHD, I mean, it can be used for many different things. There's so many different ways to sit in it. It has changed my life. Actually, I learned about it from someone in the Discord named Cameron. He's amazing, and he shared with me, and it has helped me immensely. There's like 25 different ways to sit in it. It basically like can hold you in place. It's awesome. It can be used for meditation, like super interesting thing. Yeah, I'm all about. I could do a whole live, and maybe I will one day, just on different. Someone just said their daughter was diagnosed with ADHD, and I just want to say, hey, nothing wrong with a little dopamine deficiency. It's just finding out like helpful and interesting ways for your daughter to manage it. Like I have to say, some of them, especially on TikTok, the smartest people I've ever met on TikTok, every single one has ADHD. Never felt more at home or more understood than coming to the internet and realizing, oh, no one can sit still. And also as a teacher, being a second grade teacher, it really helped me learn. Like I would suggest for your daughter, look up sensory toys. And I'm not saying, I don't know how old your daughter is. So I'm not necessarily speaking about like for kids, right? Like as an adult, I have sensory toys. Like here's one of my favorite ones, right? These, you can do millions of different things with these. It's just different. Yeah, 27. If your daughter's 27, perfect, right? Like I was going to say, so some of these toys, like it would look like, oh, this is for a kid. As a second grade teacher, I had sensory toys to help my kids focus, right? Like if they had a trouble sitting still, I'd be like, here, you can play with this toy. You just have to do it quietly. They still help me to this day. As an adult, I have like 10 different sensory toys on my desk. Like I almost got fired in the tech industry because they would think during like huge business meetings that I was being disrespectful because I'd be doodling or playing with toys, and the like company psychiatrist, who's there to help us all maximize our like sales goals and everything, like had to talk to them and be like, no, let her doodle. Like this is This is exactly. Well, thank you, Jed. And here our sensory toy is tapping. But yeah, like sensory toys, when I say sensory toys, people are always like, "Oh, like I'm an adult." No, they're just things that like allow you to keep your hands busy so you can focus. Or, different sensory toys, some provide comfort, just different things. It doesn't matter how old you are, look up sensory toys on the internet, and there's so many different types and you can find whichever type work for you. Like for me, keeping my hands busy while I'm trying, especially to listen. Like if I need to be quiet and retain information for over 5 minutes, then I probably need a sensory toy in my hand. Oh, absolutely helps with anxiety as well. Yes. Fidget toy. Thank you. I saw that's a fit. And the other thing to look up, exactly. Who said that? Boba. Yeah, is fidget toys or fidget spinners or things, all of the things of that nature. They help with anxiety. They help you focus. They help you keep your hands steady. Even if you don't think you have ADHD, I would just say that like the way our brains are being conditioned in today's society from the internet, we all have a little bit of trouble focusing. So sensory toys, fidget toys have been an absolute lifesaver for me with anxiety and things of that nature. That, and the other thing that's helped is like I used to literally have weighted blankets at work. I don't know if anyone's ever tried using those as well. They help calm me and help with anxiety and focus as well. Not so much anymore. They did for a while, but there's just so many different strategies. I would say if one toy you get doesn't work, try another one. You just never know what could work for you and help you. Exactly. Sea bass has the attention span of a goldfish. No, I'm the same way. So I would just say just play around with it and don't get frustrated and like give yourself grace and there's nothing wrong with not focusing. The most brilliant people I know on earth have trouble focusing. That you just need weighted blankets for sleep are great too. Like that's how it started with me as a kid, and then I started taking mine to like work with me. People are like, "What are you doing?" They're like, "You look like a crazed wizard." I'm like, "Yes, but I feel calm, and I'm not going to disrupt this meeting." Hello, Amanda. Hello. Welcome. Happy Friday. So first order of business, keep tapping the screen. Oh my gosh, Catherine, I love you. Thank you so much for the $5, Catherine. She says, let me make sure I didn't get it all because I just see the title. From a fellow sapiosexual. I feel like we're starting a sapiosexual movement on the internet. If you don't know what a sapiosexual is, that's like, if you read my bio, I define myself as pansexual, right? Like and people are always like, what does that mean? The way I like to describe it is like, I'm attracted to people probably, for everything but their genitalia. Like, I don't really care what people's gender is, right? It's the last thing I'm thinking about is like, what kind of genitals you have? But like, if I had to say what category of pansexual maybe I am, it's definitely sapiosexual. It just means like you're attracted to people's minds, right? And that's how I would describe myself 100%. It's just the last thing I'm not like, excuse me, what type of genitals you have? Like, that's how I'm going to decide if I can love you. I'm just more like, I love your brain. And then like, if you love someone's brain and they make you feel comfortable, like you could figure out what to do with someone's genitals. That's the least of your problem. You know what I'm saying? And I think also it's because of my history, like as a child with being SA'd and things. So it's allowed me to have like a unique perspective. Like I have not had sexual contact with anyone in years. Right. But that doesn't mean I've never like been attracted to people or had feelings for people. So yeah, I think that's how I came to that realization. Anyways, that's a Gumps, thank you so much for the awesome bathing suit and the things you got me from my Amazon wish list. I would show you what the bathing suit looks like on, but this live would be shut down because it's a thong. But it's so awesome. I love those backs because you can play. I used to play sand volleyball, not for money, you know. And anyways, it's a long story, but thank you so much, Gumps. You're amazing. And for the other things you got me for my Amazon wish list, you don't know what it means to me. If you guys don't know, Gumps used to order things for my Amazon wish list from her partner's account. So I thought just some random man kept buying me things and I had no idea who they were, which wouldn't be so weird. Just, I mean, to buy, you know, it's just she's so kind and has bought me so many things. And I was like, there's a man out there who I have no idea who it is. Like, I've never seen their name in the chat. I've never seen them on any platform I've been on. And this went on for like months until finally she's like, yeah, that's just my partner's account. Like, it's me. And I was like, not that it would be super nice, I guess, if some man was out there just being nice to me and, you know, I didn't know who they were. But yeah, spoiler alert, it's Gumps. Yes, my Amazon wish list is in my link tree. And I always talk about this. Like, Gumps has been so amazing to me because when, you know, basically I run a small business. That's what I'm doing here with the people's receipts and with the broadcast. And the whatever money I make, it's reinvested back into it. Like, I just have a list of products I need, you know, and I've showed you guys like the setup. Maybe I should show you guys. I'll take a picture of it. I'll show you guys a little bit later in the show when it loads to the presentation. But I have like I have 5 big computer screens, 2 laptops, 2 iPads, like all to run this one live. Like, that's why I'm always like, I have so many things going on. Like, it's hard for me to focus. So, and it's just a list of like, oh, here's the next things I need to reinvest back in the business. So Gumps is so kind and other people are so kind who get me, like, she gets me like shampoo, which is like, that's kind of, who cares? Well, for me, who's just has a small business and invests all of the money you guys give me back into it, it really does help me. So I appreciate it so much, and it's just very kind. So anyways, yes, it is in my link tree in my bio, in all of my or across the internet, wherever. Sorry, I'm just sorry, I had something pop up, just making sure. Now let me handle this daylight savings business before I forget. I am in Arizona. We do not have daylight savings here. So what happened is daylight savings happened over the weekend. And Chrissy just reminded me. She's like, no, it's 3:30 on the East Coast. And I was like, oh my gosh, I totally forgot because we don't have it. So my question to the people in the chat is, and especially the first 200 people here, usually for the lives, are usually our core, you know, a lot of our core group. I can start an hour earlier. That's fine with me. Should I start the lives an hour earlier so that, you know what I mean? So it will be the same time for you all. It won't be an hour later, which I think is probably better because then it's more during work time. Yes, like that's what I figured. So just to keep it like business as usual, I'll just start earlier. And as it gets hotter, I think that's better for me as well. This room, since I have so many electronics in this room, it gets hotter and hotter. So yeah, what I'm planning on doing then is that right now it's giving the vibe we're going to be starting an hour later for you guys, but it won't. I'm just going to start an hour earlier. So I'm now, if you don't understand, for people who aren't on daylight savings, I used to be on mountain time. Now I'm on, you know, you all moved to daylight time. I'm still on standard time. So essentially I'm on the same time zone with Pacific now on Mountain Standard Time. So I'll just start an hour earlier. So I'll start at 11:30 along with Pacific time to adjust. I know. And I was like, why didn't I do that last year? And I remembered, I was doing lives with Jay and, you know, and we did them much earlier. And Jay's like, I'm not getting up earlier. I remember now because I was like, I'll get up earlier. Yeah, I don't mind getting up earlier. I need to rework my circadian rhythm. So this is good because as it gets hotter, I have to get up earlier to run or I'll die. A lady at Walgreens was like, "Do you do this?" Like, because she always sees me running in there, and she's like, "How do you do this in the summer? Aren't you gonna die?" And I'm like, "No, I do it in the middle of the night." So don't worry. As of tomorrow, we'll be back on. I know I started like an hour late today, but I'll get back on your guys' schedule. So it will be same time, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. Sorry, I didn't realize that was happening. It's like I always feel like it usually is more towards the end of March. Like, or doesn't it seem like savings happened a little earlier or closer to Easter? So my son is in Tucson. Sometimes he's 2 hours ahead. Sometimes he's an hours ahead. Exactly. Yeah. Arizona has no daylight savings. And then there's like, it's not all of Indiana. It's like part of Indiana doesn't have daylight savings. So yeah, I know. I prefer to get up earlier. And Gums, you're too good. You guys, this is a symbiotic relationship. We're all good to each other. Okay. Liz, thank you so much for the $10. She said, "Love your lives." Thank you. That means more than you know. Let me pull up the presentation. I wanted to just ask you guys, is there a button you guys could see called gift gallery or something? I keep getting these updates in TikTok Studio that says, I'm going to pull it up. It's like gift gallery. And then, yeah. And then it says like, it's like challenging us to get certain types of gifts. I don't know. I'm just telling, if anyone could see this, I just have gotten 10,000 updates or TikTok studios like, "Oh, want to do better with your, get more people finding you." I don't know where so I'm not on my phone. So otherwise I would try to direct you guys where it is. I am in software on a PC, but it basically, I guess it's like a list of different gifts. And if you collect multiple of each kind, here, let me do some let's not get stuck on this since I started late today. I'm going to do some research on where it is on phones and then I'll get back to you tomorrow because it's hard. I don't know. Oh, it's the gift gallery. Yeah, exactly. And TikTok Studios to keep sending updates saying, "Oh, like if you want to index better and search more people to find you, play this gift gallery game." It's basically just a list of gifts. And like for donut, it's 0 of 3. And if you get each type of gift and as many as they ask you to get, it's like a game to play. It's kind of like bingo, So I was going to say, hey, thank you, Ari. You're amazing. I'm going to just send you my cell phone number too, because I love you, by the way. I think you're amazing and your brain is amazing and everybody should know how smart you are. I've been meaning to say that for a while, and we should work together in some capacity. But I'll figure this out and I'll get back to you on it. Sorry. I just keep getting these like notifications like, "Oh, play the gift gallery thing." And I think it's basically like a form of bingo we could play during the lives where there's like, a list of gifts. And if we get all these, everyone's like, "We love Ari." Yeah, I know. I do too. I just never publicly said it out loud. Or I have, but I mean, Ari's amazing. So smart. We need more strong, smart women on the internet working together. I love it. And I've loved your brain for a while, Ari. You're amazing. Sorry, I keep opening something and it closes. There we go. Let me pull up the presentation. I'll work on the gift gallery stuff and get back to you. Let's not bother with that today. But it's just the 4th time I got a notification. I'm like, is everyone doing this but me? You know how I am, last to the party. Knowing how to do things. I feel stressed, but also good. The other reason I'm late is I got so nauseous. I was nauseous for a while. I was running and I thought I wasn't going to be able to do the live, but sometimes that just happens. I think I'm a little dehydrated. Why is this here? Let me open the presentation. Not sure. There we go. It is. I saw this now that I have, if you're not my Facebook, I created a Facebook, the link's in my link tree. Let's all be friends on Facebook and I think we should start a Facebook group and start infiltrating, annoying right wing Facebook groups. But I saw this on Facebook and I was just like, I know it looks AI generated and it's probably not real, but wouldn't it be nice if somewhere this was a real billboard that you could drive past, or a billboard campaign? This is, if I was a billionaire. Oh no. Listen, Blue Dot, I am with you on no Meta. I just want to be clear. I deleted all my Meta content like in 2022, I got very angry at a lot of things. I mean, Roe had fallen, and I deleted all my Instagram. I used to have a lot of content on Instagram. So I just want to be clear. I'm not suggesting that Mark Zuckerberg and Meta are something that isn't disgusting. But what I am suggesting and what I'm trying to figure out is, as we lead up to the midterms and we're looking to reach people, I think we need to be there in some capacity. So that's why I made, this is just almost a blank page. I think I've made like 5 posts, but I made a page for this live. And I was going to push my lives there, but now I'm having a technical problem figuring out. They do work with Streamlabs and I should be able to. But yeah, like the goal is that I can push people's receipts to Facebook, and then in some ways, leading up to the midterms and for the midterms, we're going to make plans to, like, I don't know what, infiltrate annoying MAGA Facebook groups and things. We just need to be able to be there. But no, nobody likes Mark Zuckerberg less than I do. I absolutely assure you. Oh, see, this is what we're going to be talking about today. Update from the New York Times. Oh man, it looks so much worse in this graph. U.S. stocks have worst days of 2025 as economic fears grow. And I've been watching Fox News all morning and God, Trump has marched out a new classification of liars. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even call it insults to my intelligence. I'm just like, the people that Trump has, because how do you defend? If you have a brain, you cannot defend this. There's no defense. So Trump has to get some brain dead people to go on there and lie to the American people at this point. Yeah, and I'm not suggesting watching Fox like it's a real valid place, but today it has been some high level entertainment of what the F. Like, I'll show you some clips. But yeah, I just thought this was hilarious. I saw someone post it or repost it on Facebook. I think someone I'm friends with, it might have been someone I think it's someone from our Discord, because the only people on my Facebook account are people I asked in the Discord to follow me. So yes, we're going to infiltrate MAGA spaces. That's what like the local, what do they call that? Like, it's like, I feel like Facebook groups are like, this is a flea market where we discuss political issues and how Biden is wearing Obama's skin suit. Like those groups where it's like, hey, do you want to buy my couch? Also, Biden is, Obama's wearing Biden's skin. Those type of groups just get in there and like, lost all your followers on X, or on Facebook, or on here. I keep losing followers on here. I'm like hemorrhaging followers. If you're not following me, follow me now. Also follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitch. We're live on all of them. Flat Earthers live there. I live there. It's a wild place. Oh, I don't even know if we're ready to get back in that cesspool. I'm just, because of my association with the Back 40 PAC and Will Westmoreland, which I was talking about last Friday, right? I've now signed all of the paperwork and non-disclosures and all of that. So I guess I'm officially I guess I'm on the board. I don't want to say that out loud because, like, I don't want to be on the board of anything. Like, I just want to help. But if you don't know Will Westmoreland, I would say look him up. He's amazing. He's a farmer from Missouri, also a political strategist. And the Back 40 PAC, which Fax and I are officially working with and on the board of, we're basically going to reach rural areas and talk about them losing their rights to healthcare, their rights to education, all of this stuff. Yeah. So we had our meeting on Saturday and I told you I would update you guys. So again, because not everyone we did a meeting that was primarily about paperwork and some things, but I would say good news is we're planning like a town hall, which should be pretty cool, or a series of them by region. And we're going to reach, local rural areas and talk to them about them losing their rights to employment, their rights to healthcare, their rights to education, all of these things. Talk about hospitals closing. It's going to be super interesting. I'll let you guys know. But the schedule is not to say. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm forgetting part of this. But yeah, I have some things to do this week, and I need to rope Dr. Danny into all this to get some more information. And then we meet again this Saturday. Everyone has to have all their paperwork and non-disclosure agreements signed. And then we have our first official planning meeting for the teletown halls and start talking about which local elections we're going to target and fundraising goals. So again, if you're not following Will Westmoreland, I would say look him up. He's amazing. He's in charge of the Back 40 PAC. I'm proud to be working with him, and facts still matter on this, and we'll know more soon. Megan Adams, thank you so much for the $25. She said, for watching Fox News all morning. Oh, I know. I watch it so you don't have to. I use not to help Google sell their stupid products, but I have YouTube TV, which is super helpful. Like, I record every major news channel 24 hours a day because they have unlimited storage and unlimited whatever we used to call like DVR. So thank you so much, Meg. I was gonna say I like that, Meg Eclectic. That's a nice name. So yeah, I record it and watch it all the time so I can clip it. Hey Nisi, welcome. Used to have that before it went. I know it's getting more expensive, but it's a good product. You have YouTube TV too? Yeah. People don't even know it exists. I'm like, no, it's like, they're like, yeah, I have YouTube. Or they're like, do you mean YouTube or you pay and then there's no commercials? I'm like, no, YouTube has like a cable or satellite product. Thank you for reminding me, Risa. I'll reset the gift goal. Then we're going to get this party started. So again, I did attend our Back 40 PAC meeting. Why does it say 2? That's new. I don't know what's happening here with the gift goal, but I might have to update it quickly. I don't know. It's not letting me. I only could change it to 2, so I'm probably going to have to update it once more and hope that. Give me 1 second here. Sometimes TikTok Studio is strange. This is not my software. I'm just learning how to use it. There we go. Yeah, I need to do it. There we go. It's working now. I love this deep sea fish. I know this is a weird gift and I don't even know what it is, but it just looks cool. So sorry, I saw a new gift and my ADHD changed. It's kind of expensive. Maybe we can get enough. If not, I'll just change it after a little bit. It's like one of those deep sea, I can't remember what they're called, but it's one of those deep sea fish that withstands so much pressure and it has its own light like hanging off of its head. Okay, let's get this party started. Actually, let me check if the presentation updated, because if it did, I'm going to show you something at the end first. Yes, it did. Perfect. This will be even better. Okay, I'll start at JD Vance, man. And aren't those cool? Wow, it's even cooler. What does anyone know what that fish is called? Cool. Thank you, Joby. Thank you, everyone. Does any anglerfish? Thank you. Sorry, I'm just like there's some fish and it has a light on its head. Like it's, but I love those. Isn't it? Is it deep sea? Why is it called an anglerfish? It kind of makes me feel like it's cool. I could watch. I love those fish. Don't get me into the ocean. I could do a live of us just watching ocean documentaries. Okay, let me pull this up. I'm going to start because I just found this at the end. First, I'm going to do JD. Well, now it's a question of how because there's so many good things. Okay, I'm going to do this first. Oh, cool. I love these. I love an anglerfish. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 50K. Let's get to 100K. We can do it. Okay. Let me pull up. I forget you guys can't see this. Here we are. Now, this is a bit of good news. And I've told you guys to follow Heartland Signal. They're amazing. I feel like they mainly started with like, we're going to cover Midwest news and talk about what's going on in kind of the heartland. But they also they do a good job on so many different types of news. Their account is growing and growing. They are on Blue Sky. I believe they're on TikTok as well. So follow them. It's at Heartland Signal. Now let's get into, let me find my Church of Satan certificate. If you don't know what I'm talking about. Oh no, where did my it's somewhere around here. Anyways, so the Church of Satan, right? If I reminded you of this, like how the superintendent of Oklahoma public instruction is convinced that Satanists are stalking and trying to ruin his life and infiltrate public schools in Oklahoma. The Satanic Temple. Thank you. And it's TST. And I was showing you guys like why Ryan J. Walters believes Satanists are after him. It is not, in fact, Satanists. It's just really smart. I wish they were. I know. It's just really smart leftists who, in order to stop them from trying to put Trump Bibles in Oklahoma schools or to put religion back in schools or like that's their two major goals, protect education and the separation of church and state, and protect women's health care, right? So they're also establishing, like, they call them like satanic AV clinics in states. It's a nonprofit, a 501c3. Yes, that's what I was trying. I was trying to find my certificate, which is, I found it. Hold on. So what's the Rizzo? Is that Rizzo? Rizzo's human. Yeah, I'm a certificate holding member. Me too. I don't have my wallet here. I'd show you my because you also get a card to go in your wallet. But here's mine. I've got the Paradise Lost certificate. All of this money, again, goes to help with the separation of church and state. And I've talked about this in depth. I showed you guys their website. This is the funniest nonprofit. And if you're looking to make a donation that's tax deductible, I highly, highly suggest the Satanic Temple because it is terrorizing Christian nationalists. And it is absolutely the funniest thing you've ever seen. Oh, here, let me see. It's the satanictemple.com again. Ryan J. Walters, which we'll get into, thinks that Satanists are stalking him. But the idea and how it started was when they started saying, we're putting Trump Bibles in schools in Oklahoma. I'm not saying they started the nonprofit for this purpose, but here's an example. The TSC, the Satanic Temple, which again is not a religion, but basically we're like, you guys are putting religion into schools in Oklahoma. Well, that's great news because We're Satanists and we'd like to put our Baphomet statues all over your public schools. So every time, crazed Christian nationalists try to infiltrate public schools, then then the Satanic Temple shows up and is like, oh, that's great news. Because if we're letting religion in schools, we're a 501c3. We're a religion. We too would like to put up a statue or have our Bible in your schools. It's hilarious. And again, the other amazing thing, I think they have two now. We have now funded 2 women's healthcare clinics. They call them satanic AB clinics. But we basically, where women are in maternal health deserts and are struggling to find access to healthcare, like that's where you go. Again, I can't suggest more that you donate to this cause. It's absolutely amazing. And if you even again, this is just mainly atheists who are terrorizing Christian nationalists who are trying to ruin separation of church and state. But again, like Satanism is not a religion. I mean, it's basically a belief that you're your own highest power, right? Like, and I'm not talking about that 501c3. I'm just saying for people that think Satanism has something to do. Say, is that what they call it, Jen? Why are you saying that? That's fun. Do they call it that? I don't even know. If that's what it's called, that's really funny because I know they have one in Virginia. It's true. Is that what they call it? Oh my God. I didn't even know that. Everyone look what Jen wrote in the comments. That's really funny because they say so many funny things. Just if you read their press releases, they're basically terrorizing conservatives. Like conservative politicians in different states. Yeah, it's worth it. But anyways, the reason I started telling you guys about this cause was because of what was happening as a former teacher in Oklahoma, right? Ryan J. Walters, who's the superintendent of public instruction, he also is a self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. His wife runs a Christian nationalist PR firm. She is, wait, I got it backwards. Hold on. Russ Vought, who I call the most dangerous man in government. He is Trump's Christian nationalist guy. He runs the Center for Renewing America. He's the architect of Project 2025. He specifically wrote the chapter on consolidating power in the executive branch. He is the director of the Office of Management and Budget. He's the one that said that they wanted to terrorize the federal workforce, traumatize them into quitting. That's Russ Vought. His wife runs a Christian nationalist PR firm, and one of her main clients is Ryan J. Walters, the superintendent of public instruction in Oklahoma. And he was, in my opinion, I'm saying, he's doing all this because he thought that Trump, if he acted extra crazy, that Trump would appoint him in the position Trump gave Linda McMahon, right? He wanted to be the one to dismantle the Department of Education. But as we know, Ryan J. Walters, you don't have the kind of money it takes to bribe Trump into getting into his cabinet. So the reason we've been recently talking about this and who you're about to hear from is Governor Stitt, who's a crazy evangelical himself. He's the governor of Oklahoma, but he even hates Ryan J. Walters now. So what happened, probably 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, and why we originally, the last time I showed you guys the website and was saying this is an amazing cause and they're driving Ryan J. Walters crazy, is because Governor Stitt now, who is a conservative evangelical, hates him too. And the reason that Governor Stitt can't get rid of Ryan J. Walters, like in Arizona, Ryan J. Walters, the governor could just fire him. That's an appointed position. Or in Florida, it's an appointed position. In Oklahoma, this weirdo has been elected. So a bunch of test scores came out a month ago, and Oklahoma has gotten dumber. Oklahoma kids have gotten worse reading scores, worse math scores, while Ryan J. Walters has mismanaged the budget. You can look all this up. He has literally mismanaged the budget to the tune of millions of dollars. Like Arizona, we were 49. Now we're 48. Not because kids in Arizona got smarter, but because Oklahoma kids got dumber. So we literally moved up to 48 because Oklahoma has gotten dumber. Like, that's not a reason to move up. And Governor Stitt has had it. So since he can't fire Ryan J. Walters, he fired his like 3 MAGA loyalists on the board and like cleaned house, replaced them with other people. So since that happened, I mean, there's been some news. I would suggest looking this all up if you're not in Oklahoma. It is highly entertaining watching. I love those anglerfish. Thank you for the gift. Watching them fight each other. But this is probably the latest like big update I have seen, which they're basically trying to get. I think I have 2 videos. Let me see. But here's one of, and this is actually Stitt talking. And then I think I have a local video I'll look for after this. Sorry, I think I need to turn on the volume. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. We're almost to 60K. We should be at 2:00. We should be, oh wait, we're an hour late, but let's tap the screen. Let's get as close to 200K by 2:00 as possible. Here we go.
Specifically $3 million to put a Bible in most Oklahoma public school classrooms. Superintendent Walters has pitched this to.
They are talking about the Trump Bible. Remember? And like, the reason Stitt has had it, and when other people that generally support Trump and are also MAGA really started hating Ryan J. Walters, was when he used their tax dollar money to buy Trump Bibles that are like $60 a pop. And they were like, what are you doing? Because in Oklahoma and most schools, if you're a teacher, you know this, most kids now have tablets and there's different apps available. And one of the most popular apps in Oklahoma that's available to children, and I would say maybe this is illegal, is the Bible app, right? It's on their tablets. So they all have access to the Bible through an app. And then Ryan J. Walters is like, I want to be the head of the Department of Education, so I'm going to buy Trump Bibles against the will of Oklahomans.
Lawmakers at the state capitol, but today a Senate subcommittee dedicated to how schools are funded says it is not recommending that extra expense. The chair of the subcommittee, State Senator Adam Pugh, says they are recommending some of Walters' initiatives, but not the Bibles. Governor Kevin Stitt reacting to the news today in his weekly news conference, seeming to agree with that committee's decision, saying that he sees Christian schools and public schools as being different things, but both of them, he says, are important.
That's why I believe in school choice. We love Christian schools and Catholic schools, and that's why we passed the first ever religious charter school. We have the educational tax credit. And then public schools. I put more money in public education than any other governor before me, and we're going to continue to do that as well.
Stitt pointed specifically to the popular Bible app, which was developed by an Oklahoman. It's been downloaded like 1 billion times. And he mentioned it as a reason not to spend millions of dollars on physical Bibles in classrooms. Superintendent Walters, guys, released a statement today saying the Department of Ed will begin to distribute Bibles into AP U.S. government classrooms. Those Bibles have already been purchased.
Say what now? Like, AP what needs a Bible when it's already on the damn tablets? Yeah, don't try to make sense of it, people. Anywhere they might be learning too much, they just want to throw the Bible in kids' faces. Read this instead. That's where they need the Bible. AP government. Like, are you effing? Yes, this is waste. And again, the reason so many Trump supporting conservatives in Oklahoma were showing up to school board meetings screaming is because they were like, you have spent millions of dollars when we have tablets for each kid. The Bible is on there. And now you've bought these Trump Bibles for $60 a pop and wasted all of our money. Like, people are furious. And Stitt has been harassed about this. And they're like, we hate you. And he's like, I can't get rid of this guy because he's elected, but I can clean house and fire the board. Hold on. I thought I had another clip about this, and I do. Hold on, let me find it in the presentation. Keep tapping the screen. Oh, Frankie, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for all you do. It means so much to so many. The fight's not easy, but you do it so well, so thoroughly. See you tomorrow as well. Thank you, Frankie. That's amazing. You don't know what your words mean to me. I appreciate it so much. Let me find this other clip because it's a good one too. Oh, here it is. Wait, I saw it and I lost it. Here it is. Oh, and I think we'll actually get to see a clip of Ryan J. Walters, the guy, in case most people by now, because of his idiocy. This is the man who put PragerU into public schools in Oklahoma. This is the man who literally pays libs of TikTok, Haya Rychik, the Orthodox Jewish lady who just has an account dedicated to bigotry and targeting the LGBTQIA. Yeah, she is an advisor or a consultant for Oklahoma public schools. This is all real life. Sorry, the presentation closed real quick and I had to open it again. It's open now. Here we go. And away we go. Okay, and I have said before, if you are on X, I believe he is on Blue Sky as well, but Christopher Webb is an amazing BIPOC creator, very big on X, amazing leftist. He always has great content, so I would suggest looking for him. I'm not sure if he's on TikTok. I believe he's on Blue Sky as well, but it's CB or CWeb. Web with 2 B's online. So I would just say, again, I've recommended him before, but he always finds the best content. So again, he's talking about Ryan Walters forcing religion into Oklahoma public schools. And this is from Ali Velshi show on MSNBC. And this is Ryan J. Walters, if you don't know who he is. Sorry, it's going to be muted since the presentation closed. Keep tapping.
Last year, Oklahoma's superintendent of schools, Ryan Walters, announced that the Bible must be in all of Oklahoma's classrooms. His team purchased copies of this God Bless the USA Bible, a version marketed by President Trump. The state couldn't confirm how much they paid when we asked. After the New Year's Day terrorist attack,
I've seen multiple clips of people trying to say, well, if you're buying all these Bibles for all of kids in Oklahoma, you must have gotten a wholesale rate. Like, you couldn't have possibly paid $59.99 per Bible, and nobody will say how much. But I also watched the budget meeting when people were like about to like throw tomatoes at Ryan Walters, and nearest I can tell, he paid full price. I mean, all we're talking about is how you bribe Trump, right? You buy his products and then maybe you get what you want from him. And I am, in my opinion, right? That's what I'm saying. Ryan J. Walters wanted to be the guy to dismantle the Department of Education. And he's like, maybe if I make this big purchase, it will get Trump's attention. And all it's done is make everyone hate him.
New Orleans, he shared this video suggesting teachers' unions bore some responsibility for homegrown terrorism.
You know, you have schools that are teaching kids to hate their country.
Then he asked state lawmakers for $3 million in taxpayer funds to purchase Bibles for every school. This week, they denied that request, but Walters says he's shipping out hundreds of copies already purchased to schools. And today, he's putting out a call for donations, partnering with the person who produced the God Bless the USA Bible.
The Bible has been taken out of the classroom by left-wing extremists that want to take our history away from our kids and lie to young people about what happened throughout our history.
You recorded a video. You talk about left-wing radicals, and you also did a prayer for President Trump.
I pray in particular for President Donald Trump.
Is this really about left-wing activism? Or
just want to remind you, because what she's talking about, because if you don't remember, Ryan J. Walters, another thing that we covered on the show, sent out an email with a video of him. That was a screenshot from the actual insane video where he instructed every teacher that he didn't force them to pray. He said that they needed to play the video of him praying in the classroom and show their students. And teachers were like, no, we're not going to. Yeah, and he's like, pray for President Trump.
Is it about pushing your own political views?
Left-wing activism has been pushed in the classroom, and we absolutely are going to protect teachers' right to pray. We are going to bring prayer back to school.
I asked again if he's pushing a Republican agenda.
We are not pushing an agenda. We're pushing an understanding of history. I prayed for an incoming president. I have the right to pray. Just as I prescribed in the video, it is up to you whether you want to pray or not. It is up.
But it wasn't up to the districts to play the video or to choose to not send it to parents.
That's correct. And in the video,
But that doesn't sound like religious liberty.
Oh, absolutely it does. I guess you didn't watch the whole video, because in the video I say, okay, well, so what about the part where I say you don't have to pray? What about the part where I say
you do have to show me praying?
You have to show a message from the superintendent over all the schools in the state.
And if they don't comply with these directives, what happens to them?
If they decide to break the law, if they decide to indoctrinate kids by not teaching them American history, they can be removed from the classroom. Their schools can face accreditation issues by.
This is Ryan J. What? Does that make any sense? Yeah, that's what, and I'm trying to say the people in Oklahoma that are mad at him, it's not like they're liberals. It is conservatives that are like, hey, what the F is this guy up to? This is why Governor Stitt had to turn on him and be like, I'd fire him if I could. This is an elected position. He's out of his mind. So he's like, I just did the next best thing. I fired his 3 sycophant friends on the board. Yeah, this is apparently American. I just Brian J. Walters, he's not kidding about any of this. I just want to be clear. He's dead serious. He really wanted to be Linda McMahon, but she probably gave Trump millions of dollars. Brian probably still thinks, he thought if I buy all these Bibles, that will be enough. And by the way, he did buy a large chunk of Bibles already. I just want to be clear. What he's asking or saying he was going to do, I guess, was buy more. But he did buy a bunch of Bibles. And it sounds like now he's going to fundraise to buy the rest. I don't know. In what world is any of this normal? Those 2 videos were in separate places. But now we will, oopsies. Now I need to show you. Well, first I'm going to show you a video of JV. Well, let me make sure I don't skip around here. I just was taking some screenshots. I don't know if Bitcoin is at a 90-day low, in case if anyone's not looked at, if anyone has Bitcoin investments. Up, but it didn't pop up. So yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping everyone can hear me now. But yeah, Bitcoin's down bad. And that's after last week, Trump's announcing a Bitcoin reserve, which in theory should have made crypto prices higher. And Bitcoin is now at a 90-day low. Okay, yeah. I thought a puzzle piece was popping up, but then it didn't. It seemed like it was for a second. I'm just showing you some screenshots of what's going on with the stock market today. It's not good. And I want to show you this. So JD Vance is speaking at I think it's called the League of Cities, right? So I think it's mayors. Okay. He's in Washington, D.C. speaking there, I'll just show you this clip because this is this morning. This is just a little while ago. Oh no, maybe, hold on, give me 1 second to find the clip. Don't worry, I have it. I just don't. Oh, sorry. I do have it in this presentation. Why can't you guys, hold on. Can you guys see? Okay, well.
Well, I see. I see one of our nice representatives out here wants to actually, I guess, continue to flood the country with illegal immigrants, making your communities and citizens unaffordable.
Oh, it doesn't matter, but this is a lie, just to be clear, right? Like, immigration is propping our economy up. And I mean, both legal and undocumented immigrants are propping our economy up. I'm so tired of these lies. Part of the reason the stock market is crashing in real time is because of this immigration BS, is because people are scared to go to work in the fields and pick our harvest. Like, this is part of the reason we have problems with the economy. And Republicans, instead of saying, oh, we made a mistake and we need to thank you for, I do have the emotional maturity of a 6-year-old. I was like, is that cake of a 6 on it? That is about my emotional maturity level. They're continuing to lie. This is my problem with many problems with conservatives, but in the Trump administration, when I want to live in a data-driven society, right? We look at data. Data says, hey, here's what's best for this society. And then we make choices accordingly. And Republicans do the opposite. I'm just going to start calling them conservatives. That's what they are. Conservatives do the opposite. Oh, data's saying we're running the economy into the ground. Data's saying mass deportations are hurting the economy. Well, let's hide the data. Not, oh shit, we need to pivot. We want to protect Americans' retirement accounts, protect the social safety net, protect the stock market, protect wages, protect small businesses. Nope, we just hide the data. The data doesn't agree with us, hide it.
But ma'am, with all respect, one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to make it more affordable for Americans to live. That is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing now.
Imagine having your intelligence. The opposite is the stock market is crashing while you stand there lying. That's not what you're doing. Like, I cannot. And anyways, so that was this morning, a couple minutes ago. But now I don't know. I feel like Don Bacon is like now playing like a 70s corn star. I mean, the stash really, does it look like he's in a disguise? Anyone? Like, I've never seen him like Don Bacon. He looks a lot different. If you don't know, he's from Nebraska. He's a representative from Nebraska, which I'll say Nebraska. I feel like Don Bacon, I'm not saying he's not a moderate. Don Bacon has long been considered a moderate Republican, but for a long time, he has been on Team Trump, like kind of going with the flow, not speaking out. And now I have noticed last week, and now this series of clips I'm going to show you, Don Bacon all of a sudden is starting to say the truth. And I was thinking, why do I think that is? I was if you haven't seen Bernie Sanders is amazing. I would elect Bernie Sanders for president, or I think we need to elect the person who agrees with Bernie Sanders on everything, which is Robert. Why can't Robert Reich be president? We need somebody who's heavy on labor, right? Robert Reich is Clinton's former labor secretary. I think we should elect one of these people for president. But if you don't know, Bernie Sanders is campaigning. Does he need to? No, right? This has nothing. He doesn't need to be campaigning right now. Like Trump, the elections just ended. He's on a tour of Midwest and small towns, having town halls that have thousands of people in them. Yeah, he's on politically. Thank you. Yeah, Robert Reich is also on YouTube. He's on every platform he can be on. He has the most followers on Facebook. He has like 3.5 million followers on Facebook, I saw. I was like, wow, go Robert. Yeah, so Bernie Sanders is doing a series of town halls. He had a huge one in Nebraska, like last Friday. And my guess, if I had to guess, Don Bacon is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F? Is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F? is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F is getting a lot of calls from people saying, what the F people saying, what the F is going people saying, what the F is going
and we gotta be clear-eyed, but also have moral clarity. Putin invaded Ukraine. He's murdered all of us political opponents. He tried to kill a previous Ukrainian prime minister. He's bombing cities. He's ramped up the bombing of cities since we were.
Oh, look, Don Bacon somehow started remembering the truth. It's the weirdest thing I find this fascinating. I could watch this for watching Republicans who have somehow forgot the truth and how they suddenly are like, oh, my constituents are now threatening to oust me. Because Nebraska, right? I would say Nebraska independent, especially his district, they're pretty. Nebraskans are not idiots, right? I'm just saying that I lived in Sioux Falls, which I know that's not Nebraska, but Sioux Falls, South Dakota is only about an hour and a couple minutes drive from Omaha. So I feel like I understand. I spent a lot of time in Omaha trying to escape Sioux Falls. Great zoo, number one. If you've never been to the Omaha Zoo, 10 of 10 recommend. But also, I think a lot of people hear the word Nebraska and just think, oh, that's the Midwest. They don't know what's going on. I find people in Omaha are extremely tuned into politics, especially labor rights, politics of that nature. And when they don't like something, they get super, 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 super loud. It's called the Henry Dorley Zoo. Thank you, Cosmic. Yes, great zoo. I will measure a city by their zoo. I could do a best cities in the U.S. by zoo ratings. Yeah. Who said that? Tona 8453 said, I live in Omaha. We are very aware and loud. That was my experience. Yeah, people in Omaha, especially around labor rights, especially around, domestic policy, not to say they're also don't have their ear to the ground on foreign policy, especially things like freedom around the world. So am I surprised all of a sudden Don Bacon is feeling an immense amount of pressure to show up and start saying, oh, actually, I do know the difference between Trump's delusional lies and the truth? No, I am not. I do consider Omaha is that blue dot, right? If you remember, there was a lot of talk about Omaha's position in the election and how if that state was split versus went all to Trump, and the guy that they wanted to help them change the rules, right? So that Omaha or Nebraska became a winner take all state. It's a guy who had recently switched from Democrat to Republican, but this is a moderate Democrat or conservative Democrat That's why I don't want to say the words Democrat and Republican anymore. He's a conservative. You can be a conservative Democrat. You can be a conservative Republican. And he basically said, no, I'm not going to help you do that. Like, because the will of the people matters in Nebraska. And his whole thing, like, whilst he does not agree necessarily, he's a conservative Democrat. He doesn't agree with the LGBTQIA and like trans community. He's like, his whole platform is built on labor. So he's like, no, I won't help you. I'm talking about a state senator at this point, and I can't remember his name. It's something I covered a while back. But yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not surprised Don Bacon all of a sudden is like, I'd like to come on CNN and demonstrate I know the difference between the truth and a lie. Because Nebraska, when I watched Bernie Sanders' whole town hall there, and I was watching the coverage of the local news and how so many Republicans were on the news saying, I was here, like, I like what I'm hearing. So I think Don Bacon has an immense amount of pressure to stop lying.
We got to see this. We're playing into the hands of Putin, and I think it's devastating for our national security and our foreign affairs for the years to come. So I'm very concerned.
Trump, for his part, he touts that he's a deal maker. He is predicting very big things in these Saudi talks this week. We know Secretary of State Marco Rubio is landing there soon. Do you share that optimism at all?
Well, I do want peace. We want a fair peace. We want a just peace. But how do you have a just peace if you don't have Zelensky in the meetings? I just don't think it's right. We have a long history of seeing how you cut one party out and show favoritism to one side or the other. It don't work, but why are we showing favoritism to the thug, to the dictator, to the murderer? It doesn't make sense to me.
I also want,
unless that was Trump's daddy, that would be the only thing that makes any sense. And yes, let me correct myself because I'm sorry. I'm gonna see if I can scroll. But sorry, I don't know who said this, but I think I'm talking very fast and not being clear. Yes. The winner take all debate for the state of Nebraska is still in the state legislature. That's something that's still ongoing. What they were trying to do is force like the governor to call a special session before the presidential election in November. And they wanted to change the law and make Nebraska a winner-take-all state. Because normally the county where Omaha is in, there's one electoral vote. It's a blue dot in a red state that usually is split. So does Nebraska have 2 electoral votes? Am I correct in saying that? And they usually split. One goes blue, one goes red. And it's Charlie Kirk, Gavin Newsom's new friend. It's 3. Okay, thank you. 3 electoral votes. And one usually goes to Democrats. Sorry, is it 2 or 3? However many. One of the electoral votes in Nebraska usually goes to the Democrats. And so Charlie Kirk started this whole movement. He started having town halls there and getting people riled up and saying, oh, we're going to change the law. And we're going to change the law. It's going to be a winner take all state. And the governor basically said, well, here's our vote count. If this guy who would essentially be the swing vote, he was before a Democrat who had recently switched to Republican in the state legislature. But like I said, he's a conservative Democrat. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, he basically refused. So that's basically why they didn't actually call the special session and try to change the law, because they didn't probably have the votes, because the swing vote, he basically was like, no, not doing it. Not going to help you guys do this. But it's still on the table. It just didn't affect the election. They were basically trying to change the electoral map and to close Kamala's path. But in the end, they didn't really need it. Again, is it me or does Don Bacon look like he's in a 70s corn? I can't believe how much this mustache changes the way he looks to me. Here's the last clip, which I appreciate this. It's not good enough. I'm not saying we give Don Bacon a trophy, but I am saying the more pressure I was talking about this, right? What we need is a top-down, bottom-up approach also sounds creepy, but like we're at the bottom. We are the American people. We need to place pressure on people like Don Bacon, as much pressure as possible to change the way they are speaking, right? To take our side. And I feel like people in Nebraska are doing a good job because he has not been speaking this way in the media. He used to, like back in 2022, this is how Don Bacon used to speak.
The Musk Starlink satellite internet system in Ukraine. What did you think about that?
So I served in NATO. I worked with Polish officials, Polish military. I've been to Poland twice now. There's very few countries that are more pro-American than Poland. Maybe the Baltics are right in there as well. They want our presence, and they also know that the fall of Ukraine would be devastating to their national security, not only Poland, but the Baltic countries. And I thought, why is a White House official that's not even elected, it's not the president or the vice president, why is that person belittling the Polish foreign minister? It's not appropriate. It's not right. We need more discipline in the White House. Now, Poland's our friend. If you got heartburn with them, get them on the phone and talk to them. But stop the public bashing of our friends in a world that's where we have real threats out there with China, Russia, and Iran. So I didn't like what I saw. I thought we could be better.
Musk.
Tell them, Don, and more importantly, great job, people of Nebraska. Place pressure on every representative in your state to tell the truth. And I will say, I think I'm glad. I mean, I'm not glad. It's so hard for me to find the right words for this because I'm not glad for anything that's happening with Ukraine, but the pressure, the world and advocates of Ukraine have helped us to put on Congress people to stop lying, I think has been helpful to us. Yeah. Oh, yes. And Nebraska's going bankrupt. And that's thank you, Kristen. That's another great point. If you guys don't know this, and I had a clip, and I don't think we got to it because like I can't. If I'd be live for 24 hours a day, Nebraska, which this is not new. We've been through this in Arizona. We don't even own our state capital. Like some random person in another state had to like buy it, and we're like red ticket. But Nebraska as a state is going bankrupt. So that's why people are like, what the actual F is going on here? I forgot that point. That's a great point, Kristen. Thank you so much for reminding me. So that's why people are like, hey, you guys seem to be lying. People are losing their job. Our state has no mother effing money. Does someone want to explain what is going on here? Yeah, it's supposed to be bankrupt in 2 months. We had that same problem in Phoenix. In Arizona, we went bankrupt. It's a whole thing. I could get into what that looks like, but yeah, it's just a fact. Republicans are out here purporting to be reducing waste, fraud, and abuse, and they're gonna fix everything. Meanwhile, they can't manage the budget in Nebraska. It's just another great point of what the F are these people doing. What would you say you do? What movies? Sorry. Let me make this. Trying to get this out of the way while I choose. We're at the end of the presentation, so now I remember what I wanted to show you guys. One more important clip of the presentation. Okay, it stayed open. So Don Bacon is saying hey, we need to, treat our allies better, talking about saying the truth about Ukraine and Poland. If you guys don't know, Poland, we retain, and I mean, even when we SHIT on them, Polish people and Poland in general, they love the United States. As someone who watches a lot of European media and television shows, they are obsessed. They are obsessed with the United States. They are obsessed with the United States. I can't even express to you how much Polish culture mirrors they have this deep love for Americans. If you don't know, the Polish prime minister Trump basically shat on him, like one of our best allies that despite whatever's going on in the world and all of our failings has always supported the United States. Trump is basically running that relationship into the ground. I've suggested you follow Tennessee Holler for some time now. At the TN Holler, it's a publication, a radio show, a podcast. They are all across. They're on TikTok. They're on. A holler is the dip between two mountains, right? It's kind of like a hamlet in New York. It's like a little town burrowed in the valley between two mountains, right? The hollers are in like like the Cumberland Gap, like that part of the United States. So I'm telling you this to say, and I've talked to you about this, there are all of these accounts that are on X where people are recording Russian state media, which now sounds identical to Trump and to Republicans in Congress, and they're translating it. Right? Like that's what these accounts do. And the Tennessee Holler was posting one basically showing Russian state TV host. No, there won't be any ceasefire. Our idea of peace is everything happening the way we see fit. Then he plays a clip of JD Vance slamming Ukraine to emphasize this point. So I just want to be clear. These accounts these are people who are basically translating and showing in real time 24 hours a day that like there's no intention, right? Trump has done everything to help Putin basically decimate Ukraine, right? We're no longer prosecuting foreign nationals. They've made it easier for foreign agents to bribe and to do business on U.S. soil without declaring they're foreign agents. We've stopped Operation Klepto Capture. We've stopped our sanctions. We've stopped providing military intelligence. We've stopped providing military aid. Anything Trump can do to be 2,000% on Putin's side and help him decimate Ukraine, he has done in real time. And again, we'll see how this goes. This clip's only like a minute 20, but it is in Russian. If you want, you have to read the English because I know some people are driving, or I'm not suggesting drive off a cliff. I'm saying if you're working and normally you're just listening, in order to understand this, unless you speak Russian, you have to look at the screen.
Будет никакого вам перемирия. Не, ребят, это все не пройдет. Не пройдет. Вот Джей Венс, вице-президент США, которого сложно заподозрить в большой любви к укронацистам, так прямо на телеканале Fox News и долбанул.
Это не может продолжаться вечно. Мы не можем это бесконечно оплачивать, а украинцы не могут бесконечно воевать. Поэтому давайте-ка заканчивать все миром.
Но мир миру рознь. Да. То есть мы...
You see how they call them the Ukro schmotzies? So anytime you hear that lie, which I can't say, someone I actually care about who is close to me in real life, one day started screaming at me and was like, did you know that Ukraine has neo-schmotzies fighting for them? That they're schmotzies? And I was like, oh, okay. So you have fallen victim to Russian propaganda. I can help you out. So does every other place, right? There are racists in the military here. It's one of our biggest problems, right? Surprise! Oh, and now we've got Elmo throwing up Sieg Heils, and representing the federal government here. Yeah, but that is one of, anytime you hear people be like, oh, did you know Biden? Like the original Russian propaganda talking point was Biden is is giving money to neo-Schmotzy Ukrainian soldiers or something like that. That is a decades old Russian propaganda talking point. I would say if you don't know, there's just as many neo-Schmotzys and bigots in Russia. And that is part of the authoritarian fascist model that Trump is trying to emulate, what Viktor Orban is doing, who learned at the feet of Putin. That is a neo-Schmotzy model. Like, that's the irony. So you have to be completely dumb to not understand, right? Remember when I said narcissists are always confessing to their own sins while pointing at someone else. That is what Trump is trying to do. The Hungary first, Russia first, close the borders. Oh, there's brown people sneaking in. Like, oh, we need to deport. These are neo-schmaltzy models. They are projecting onto us. So just saying, that's why they're saying, they always say it. And anytime, if you ever hear someone make that talking point, they have been infiltrated by Russian propaganda.
Понимаем мир абсолютно по-разному. Наше представление о мире очевидное, четко, ясно, и будет так, как мы считаем правильным. И, кстати, обратите внимание, как вдруг Трамп не сказал ни слова о агрессии России, никакого осуждения, никаких оскорбительных терминов в стиле Байдена про Путина, даже не близко. И, кстати, что-то я как-то не услышал. Мы будем стоять столько, сколько нужно. А где все вот эти стояки столько, сколько нужно? Куда они все делись? Никто не видел? Вот те, которые это заявляли и себя в грудь постукивали вялыми кулачками.
We're right here. The people that plan to stand with them as long as it takes. I'm so sorry that like these people are laughing at us. I've played you clip after clip of Russian state media talking about how MAGA are, not smart, how they're playing them all like fiddles, how you can't tell the difference between Russian state media and Fox News. And they say every talking point, every goal of Russia is now the goal of the American people as well. When you think about funding wars, and I always talk about this when I have to hear MAGA people who aren't so great at thinking say, I don't want my tax dollars to go to Ukraine. Well, you are a casualty of the Ukraine war. You're a casualty of the Cold War. You are sitting here spewing Russian propaganda, right? Stop thinking of war as just Abrams tanks somewhere on a battlefield. Cyber war is the number one battlefield now. And the right wing of American politics is a casualty of that war. RIP conservatives, you have literally unalived in battle. You guys aren't going to make it. You guys are no longer with us. And they can't even get it. We are in Delulu land. I just wanted to show you guys that. Oh. And, well, I'm trying to think. Should I show this now or later? Yeah, I'll show it now. And that way, if this guy comes back up. And someone look this up for me. Where is... I think he's his name's okay, it's Kevin. I was going to say, I can't remember. Okay. He's the National Economic Council Director. This is a new Trump sycophant. I don't see him a lot, but this is what I'm saying. When I say Trump has got to get new people to tell lies for him because the lies are getting a lot harder to tell. This guy, Kevin Hassett, here we go. National Economic Council Director. He's a new liar. I'm not saying I've never seen him before, but he has been this weekend. I mean, he has media appearances scheduled 24 hours a day. I'd love to know how much he's being paid for this crap. And the insults to our intelligence, no bounds.
Near term, we've got a Biden economy that, still most of Biden policies are in place. If you look at the Atlanta Fed GDP now number, it's showing negative first quarter, which is kind of, if you like, a metric of the inheritance of President Biden. A lot of that is also from a big increase in the trade deficit, which, as you know, and you've been covering, Joe, is happening in part because people are anxious about future tariffs, and so they're stockpiling. And so that's a very...
Oh, no. Can I just say, I know I kind of said it. None of this makes any sense, nor is it true.
Very temporary phenomenon. I think that medium term, what you're seeing is the biggest tax cuts in history, a massive deregulation, a productivity boom from artificial intelligence, and tariffs, which even if you take the high end estimates of the tariff revenue, they're going to be just a tiny fraction of the size of the tax cuts, which are almost surely going to be in place by the summer. So if you're thinking about like what's going to happen to capital formation in the U.S., if you take our cost of capital measures, it goes up 10, 11% over the next year. There are a lot of reasons to be extremely bullish about the economy going forward. But for sure, this quarter, there are some blips in the data, including the negative GDP Dow, which are related both to the Biden inheritance and to some, timing effects that are happening ahead of tariffs.
So I just can't express to you how unintelligent this man is, and like how much are you being paid if you really are, if you have and I'm not saying like, I don't know it, like I said, Elmo says he's a rocket scientist because he got a 4-year degree in physics from somewhere. So I guess if he's an economist, so am I. And like no economists with brains agree with you on anything you just said. And notice how at the very end, he just ended it with, and let's blame this all on Biden. Like, I just want to be clear. When Biden left office, forecasts were that interest rates, the Fed would continue to drop interest rates, that our economy was the envy of the world, that we're handing off the most robust economy to Donald Trump. And that's what is almost unbelievable to me. Because if you watch replays of my show from the time Trump was elected in November till when he took office, one of my biggest fears actually was, and it's kind of funny because I guess we don't even have to worry about this, was I was going to say, if Trump was smart, he's, the economy's sailing, he'll just go along with everything Biden has humming along, and he'll take credit for it. And not only is he not smart enough to do that, he's dismantling it. Every positive outlook is now been reversed, right? The Fed saying, we are not going to cut interest rates. When Trump, and I want to explain something. Hold on, let me see if I can easily find the chart. If not, because I was going to show you guys this last week, because I want to explain something Trump has been lying about. He was lying about it on his plane yesterday. He lied about it in the State of the Union. And I don't like the lies, right? Trump keeps saying he lied. And do I see it? No, that's the wrong chart. Trump keeps saying that the interest rates have fallen suddenly and that's due to him. No, not the interest rates controlled by the Fed. What he is talking about are 10-year interest rates. And the reason they have fallen it's not good, right? It has to do with the negative trust in the markets and what's happening to the bond market. And it's not good, right? So I don't think I know I took it here. I'm just going to find it since I'm already outside let me just find this really quick since we're here. May as well. And because I took all these screenshots, I've been meaning twice to explain this and I never got around to it. I know that they are somewhere. Don't worry, guys, I'll find them. Is this it? Oh, yeah, I think it is it. Let me see. Okay, well, this is just... Markets wobble. This was from this morning. It's worse now. This is what's happening as a result of Chinese tariffs. Ooh, puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're okay. Puzzle piece done. This is the article. If you want to debunk, and I would say just screenshot this, you never know. It's the 10-year treasury yield that when Trump is saying, interest rates have fallen, he is talking about the 10-year treasury yield, and it's not a good thing, right? And just screenshot this. This is a New York Times article. You can also listen to it, and it will explain it. So if you ever hear some idiot saying, interest rates are falling, not the ones the Fed adjusts when we say, let's make money cheaper because inflation is falling and we have confidence in the U.S. market, in the U.S. economy. No, that's not what's happening. In fact, they were going to drop those interest rates controlled by the Fed, and they're not anymore because inflation is now looking super bullish and expecting to rise. A key interest rate falls, but not for the reasons Trump wanted. Investors increasingly gloomy sentiment about economic growth. appears to be driving down the 10-year treasury yield. This has nothing to do with the Fed. This has to do with the bond market. And I think I took some screenshots to try to explain it to you guys. I'm not going to get into like a macroeconomics explanation, but a bond's yield, right? This is why the 10-year yield is falling. The return an investor expects to receive each year over its term to maturity. For the investor who purchased the bond yield is a summary of the overall return that accounts for the remaining that accounts for the remaining interest payments and principal they will receive relative to the price of the bond, right? So is it better for bond yields to rise or fall? Bond prices move in inverse fashion to interest rates. So think about that. So that's what Trump maybe doesn't even understand. I don't know. Trump's a liar, but he's also an idiot. So I always wonder how much he understands. Like him saying, "Oh, the 10-year interest rates are falling." It's the opposite of good, right? Because of what happens, it's an inverse fashion to interest rates, reflecting an important bond investing consideration known as what? Interest rate risk. If bond yields decline, the value of bonds already on the market move higher. If bond yields rise, existing bonds lose value. So that's what is happening, right? It's the opposite of a good thing. Here, and this is from that article, and I'll just show you. President Trump, and this campaigned on a promise to bring down interest rates, and he has fulfilled that pledge in one key way, with U.S. government bond yields falling sharply. Bad. But the reason for the drop is an unnerving one. Investors appear to be more on edge about the outlook for the economy. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said the Trump administration considers the 10-year Treasury yield a benchmark of its success in lowering rates. It's the opposite. The yield tracks the rate of interest the government pays to borrow from investors over 10 years and has dropped since mid-January to around 4.2 from 4.8. The decline in February was the steepest in several months. Oh, sorry, I didn't. But anyways, yeah, it has to do with the relationship to the bond market. As investors lose confidence in the bond market, right? If bond yield rises, existing bonds lose value. That is essentially what is happening. So again, if Trump ever says that the 10-year Treasury yield falling, the interest rates falling is a good thing, it is not. It's it's people losing confidence in bonds. It's not rocket science. It is definitely not. Let me go back to the presentation. And I should get into that when I'm having I was a little bit nauseous after running, so I didn't take my ADHD medication. So don't feel like doing an economics lesson right now is what I'm trying to say. But we can get into it more. But I mean, more importantly, it will become less interesting because the Fed's not going to lower interest rates, and then he'll have to explain that. And I think we're just about running out of time to blame Biden. But then again, we might be 3 years down the road. Congress people might be campaigning for re-election in the midterms and blaming Biden for egg prices. That's the way it's looking. This is the man I think should run for president. And again, if you are new here and don't know who our cult is centered around, we worship as our de facto leader, his name is Robert Reich. It looks like it's spelled like Reich. It is not, but it is spelled that way. He is on TikTok. He's on Blue Sky. He's on X. This is Bill Clinton's former labor secretary. He is an economist. He is now a professor at UC Berkeley, and he's a mother effing genius. He is our God. It looks like it's spelled Reich, but it is pronounced Reich. It only took us 6 months to figure that out. When Trump was sworn in, Elmo's corporations were under more than 32 investigations. I put this in the Discord yesterday because I was so disturbed by it. We're under more than 32 investigations conducted by at least 11 federal agencies. Most of the cases are now closed or likely to be closed soon, and the federal agencies are being defanged by DOGE. Funny how that works, huh? It is funny, Robert. And we once, I think it was Crystal Ball, she did an amazing piece with this chart and was going through all of the investigations that were being closed. But yeah, anyone that tells you that DOGE is about saving American people money, ask them how. How? I mean, the simplest question is, well, there's twofold. This is the week. We're facing a government shutdown, right? If they found so much waste, fraud, and abuse, and they were like, we have to stop this now, why are they about to do a clean CR to refund the government? You tell me, Republicans, why? If they found waste, fraud, and abuse that they could easily cut out, why are they about to refund all those programs again? Make it make sense. It doesn't. And furthermore, let's say we no longer have a federal government except Trump and his rich friends. Tell me how that saves you money. You personally, you tell me. How? Because I'll say you can't do math, nor do you understand how little of the budget. The entire federal workforce is 8% of the budget. Doesn't matter. Not going to do anything. And let me help you. They're going to, what is it? Is it 4.5 trillion they're raising the debt ceiling to pay for tax cuts primarily for rich people and corporations? I've gone over chart after chart about how little that goes to the middle class or to poor people. They're not saving us money. Right? Now, like if we were going to balance a budget, they would say, hey, we're going to cut the federal workforce. We're going to cut everything. And then we're not going to spend. Right? But that's not what they're doing. They're saying any person or government program that is benefiting people, we're going to cut all that so we can not save money, but give more money to the rich and to corporations. If you think that this is to save any money, then you have not read the budget proposal. We will be spending more. We are on track to spend more. Trump is not a saver, he's a spender. This is another Robert Reich post. In case you missed it, and that's in case you ever see ICY or ICYMI. That's what it stands for, in case you missed it. Trump has dropped investigations and enforcement actions against 89 law-breaking corporations. That's weird. Including 42 cases at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He dissolved the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Their only job is to protect us from predatory banks, from junk fees, from overdraft fees, from fraud. Gone. 15 cases at the DOJ. Remember, I was like Eric Adams, 6 cases at the EEOC, 7 crypto cases at the SEC. That's what I was talking about on Friday, right? The guy, Justin Sun, who helped pump, these crypto schemes are essentially pump and dump schemes. You want to bribe Trump. Should I show you guys that example? Do you remember what I'm talking about? Justin Sun, he pumped up the value of one of Trump's crypto schemes. That's the point, right? Is you can pump up the value of Trump's crypto and then you say, oh, that was me. And all of a sudden you get a favor. The favor is his case has been dropped. If you're ever wondering, is there direct examples of here, you pump up the value of Trump's crypto and all of a sudden you get a favor? Yeah, look up Justin Sun and World Liberty Coin. He pumped up the value of one of Trump's crypto scams. Now all of a sudden his civil fraud case is gone. I am sorry, Kira, I didn't see your super chat on YouTube. Hold on, it says I've been all over. I'm a teacher in Texas. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. And my district has adopted the is it Bone or Bonnie curriculum, which among other things teaches Bible stories. Yes, I've heard about this. And there are 2 Texas billionaires who made their money in oil and gas and who are behind this curriculum and have fun. And they're also the 2 billionaires who are pushing the school vouchers. There's a ProPublica article written about these 2. They didn't make their money being evangelical wackos. Like, they're like in their pastors now, but they made their money in oil a long time ago. Oh, yeah, you guys, if you don't know, I mean, there's all sorts of things going on. I've showed that ProPublica article. I would just say, if you want to find it, look up ProPublica 2 Texas billionaires and it will come up. Yeah, they're basically anybody who's against this type of thing, they are gutting from the Texas state legislature. There's a huge battle going on. And I'm saying the Texas state legislature has a supermajority already. Like, it's not like they're pushing Democrats out. They're pushing anybody who will not get on board with like Christian nationalist ideas. These 2 Texas billionaires are spending an unlimited amount to oust them. And they are doing this in support of Ken Paxton to take women's health care and their rights to make decisions about their bodies away and to control children in schools through school vouchers and things like this. Thank you so much for bringing that up. And I'm going to look that up. Sorry, just because I might not get back to this later, I'm going to take a screenshot of this so I can make sure I can look this up later. Give me sorry, it'll just save me some time. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kira. I will be looking into that curriculum and I'll update, I'll let you guys know what I find, because as a former teacher, very interested in all of that stuff. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I love this. This is a post by Ron Filipkowski. Trump's recession timeline. This will be a golden age on day 1. Prices will come down and economy will boom. These policies won't cause a recession. We know what we're doing. 3. Okay, it will cause short-term pain, but will be good in the long term. 4. This is Biden's recession. This is literally, is this not the entire... Yeah, sorry, Ruthie. That's I admitted to it, so you don't need to point it out. Sorry if I'm talking too fast. I apologize. Anyways, this is the literal, but this is how it's shifted, and it's shifted just even over this week. But I mean, since Trump ran on day 1, prices will change, right? Then it shifted. But I mean, I have seen each one of these talking points in the last week, and it has ended. That guy who, what was he? National Economic Council, the Hassett guy. Now they're just like, it's Biden's fault. There's nothing else they can say at this point. They tried to say, well, it will get better. It won't cause a recession. It will be short-term pain, but so much math has come out. They can't say that anymore. So now we are at 4. Blame Biden. We started at blame Biden. We have ended at blame Biden again. And like I said, this is just a screenshot from my email from my New York Times update this morning. Markets wobble as China tariffs deepen U.S. trade war. The S&P, right, is falling. The commodities markets are following. And that Hassett guy, I have several clips of him that I put, as I found them in different places in the presentation. One of the worst ones is him trying to say that tariffs on China, I can't even remember how he justifies it, but I was laughing so hard, there was like snot coming out of my nose, because he's basically trying to gaslight the American people to say, placing tariffs on China will not in any way cause prices to rise in the U.S. It's fascinating. Oh, Now it's time for another. Look at this. I just want to show you, and you'll see in the video, that is Robert Reich when he worked for Clinton. I'm pretty sure that's Robert Reich when he worked. I mean, I know it's Robert Reich. I'm just not sure the exact year, but I'm pretty sure this is what he was labored. Look how young he is. Isn't that funny? This is Robert Reich when he worked for Clinton. Oh, yeah, he is really short, by the way. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that is Clinton. I was like, Clinton looks so different now. So, yeah, I guess this is Robert Reich when he was Clinton's labor secretary. So it used to be clear that this is a great video. It used to be clear that Democrats stood on the side of working people. Then they started chasing the center. I love the way he says that. I think we should call it that, chasing the center. Today's Democratic establishment leaders have brought the party and the country down with them. So what the video we're about to watch is one of my, I think, favorite Robert Reich videos of all time. It's why we need to support Bernie Sanders, right? And I want to just clarify, because it's easy to say, in any general election, you need to appeal to the center, right? I'm not saying, hey, don't appeal to moderates or don't appeal to independents. That's not what Robert Reich is saying. What he's saying is actually, let me just let him say it because he says it so well, and then we can discuss after. But this is what's wrong with what's happening in the Democratic Party right now, in my opinion. There is a divide between moderate Democrats saying, oh, the reason we lost the election is because we cared too much about the LGBTQIA, or we let these progressive wackos run the agenda, right? And that is what he's addressing. And this is why I think Robert Reich, or someone who can focus on the values of labor economics, should run for president.
Democrats need to grow a spine. I've been around politics for 50 years. I've witnessed this again and again. Milquetoast Democrats lose to Republicans, have an existential crisis, and then claim it's time to
move to the center. The Democratic Party should move to the center. I think they need to move to the center.
When Hubert Humphrey lost to Nixon, Democrats said it was time for the party to move to the center. When Jimmy Carter lost to Reagan, moved to the center. When Walter Mondale lost to Reagan, just a little bit further. When Michael Dukakis lost to George H.W. Bush, center. I saw it up close and personal in 1994 when Democrats got walloped in the midterms. After that, President Bill Clinton announced that
the era of big government is over.
What did he mean by that? Policies that seemed politically expedient or moderate at the time, but had devastating consequences. Cuts to welfare programs and the deregulation of Wall Street. With every big loss to Republicans since, where have the Democratic establishment, donors, and talking heads claimed the party needed to go?
Center.
But where is the center anymore between Democrats and Republicans? Halfway between truth and lies? Between democracy and oligarchy? Between freedom and fascism? By moving to the so-called center, Democrats have failed to fight the forces that led us to Donald Trump. Widening inequality, economic insecurity, and the unchecked political power of corporations and the rich. Now is not the time for Democrats to retreat to the center. It's no time for compromise or Republican-light policies. Democrats must hold Donald Trump accountable, not capitulate to him. Democrats must oppose the cruel MAGA agenda of deporting millions of undocumented immigrants who are so vital to our communities. They must defend LGBTQ plus people from attacks. They must stand on the side of reproductive freedom. Democrats should call out the oligarchs who are taking over our system by buying up media platforms and turning them into right-wing cesspools and making gigantic campaign contributions in exchange for tax cuts and rollbacks of health and safety and environmental protections. And they should stop drinking from the corporate money trough themselves. It's time for Democrats to get big money out of American politics. Democrats must listen to the millions of people who have fallen behind and are crying out for the status quo to be shaken up on their behalf. Now is the time for Democrats to build on what the Democratic Party used to do before it tried to move to the center. Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Strengthen safety nets. Take on
Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Can that be our new motto? Can that be our new motto in here? Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. That is exactly the direction we need to go. This man needs to run for president. For sure. I know, we need to put it on a t-shirt. I'm going to write it down right now.
Corporate greed. Make the super rich pay their fair share. Fight for unions and shepherd an economy where profits are shared with the workers who make them possible. Because there is no center between a government of oligarchs and a government of the people.
Don't you love him? Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable is my new favorite saying. I need to remember this. Okay. He's amazing. I know. And again, I just want to say there's ways in which to appeal to people in the center without what Democrats need to remember is what formed our party in the first place. Focusing on labor rights of the average American, labor rights, wages, right? The overall health of the middle class. And that's what he's saying. We don't need to move right. We don't need to get in bed with corporations. What we need to focus on is the truth. That the middle class is disappearing, right? That it's over 90%. I want to say 98% of the wealth is now concentrated in the top 1%. The middle class has nothing. And huge transfers of wealth are happening. Love me some Robert Reich. And then I'm just tying this to what I've been saying. Bernie Sanders is in real time touring the country, going to states in the Midwest, small towns, and having these. If you haven't seen clips of them, look them up. If you need a little pick-me-up to be inspired and say, are people in small towns interested in what Bernie Sanders is doing? And the answer is absolutely hell yes. And so Robert Reich is talking in this video about Bernie Sanders and paving the way forward and the direction of the party. And he's kind of talking about he's comparing Alyssa Slotkin, who I love. I just want to say that, okay? Alyssa Slotkin is great for certain reasons, right? She's a young CIA analyst. She spent, I think, only maybe, a year or two in the House. Now she's one of the newest senators in the Senate. She's a senator from Michigan. Love her. But what he's talking about is the overall message and where the direction of the party should be focused in the midterms, which I have to agree with him. I know, Ruthie, I agree too. That's what I'm saying. If not Bernie, then maybe it should be Robert or it's somebody with this message. There is no excuse. We are the only developed country. We are the richest country in the world. In my opinion, all we should be yelling about in the midterms is everyone needs healthcare.
Having just experienced the Democratic response to Trump's address this week, I mean, do you feel like they're on the right track? Are there other things that you feel that they could be doing, should be doing, you would wish for them to be doing?
Well, I think that Democrats are slowly on the right track. And Democrats, putting up Elise Slotkin to provide the response. She is a moderate. She's a freshman. She did perfectly well. But I think what the American public wants in terms of opposition to Trump, whether people call themselves Democrats or independents or liberals or progressives or even some anti-Trump Republicans, what they want is somebody with fire in their belly, somebody who is able and willing to talk about this in terms of, well, the way we've been talking about it, democracy versus fascism or neo-fascism and authoritarianism and dictatorship. I want to credit Bernie Sanders. Bernie has been going to the Midwest. He's been going to central red states, and he's been holding rallies, and he's been saying all of this in his classic Bernie patois. It needs to be said, Democrats really do need to take on the moneyed interests. I've been waiting for them to do this, Michael, for 40 years. And maybe, when the dust clears and settles on this horrendous administration, or I call it a regime, maybe the Democrats will then have the courage of what should be their convictions.
Absolutely could not agree more. And our talking points for the midterms and for 2028 are being created not by us right now, right? It's Trump, right? And Elmo. That's the narrative. We are watching the richest man in the world enrich himself. And then we're being gaslit by Republicans who are saying, oh, if you're rich, you don't need any more money. So why would Elmo, need more money if he's already the richest man in the world? We know he's canceling contracts and assigning them to himself. He hasn't canceled the richest man in the world who's getting $8 million a day in our tax dollars through government contracts should in no way have access to our personal information and allegedly, because he's not doing anything, be in charge of waste, fraud, and abuse. What is waste, fraud, and abuse? Or, if he should or should not be receiving these government contracts. And I just wanted to show you guys this. I put this in the Discord yesterday because I love it, but this is just from Bernie Sanders. First, and this is what I'm saying. It started with a gym full of people. And if you haven't caught any of these clips, they're all across the internet. He has thousands and thousands and thousands of people. More than 9,000 people came out in Warren, Michigan this weekend to say no to oligarchy, no to cuts to Social Security, Medicaid, and VA programs. These are fascinating town halls to watch. If you haven't had the pleasure of seeing one yet, I highly suggest looking at them. Like, he is changing people's lives. And so, in my opinion, the only way forward for the Democratic Party is with a pro-labor progressive message. This is what we need to focus on, right? People are worried about their future, about wages, about their jobs, about the social safety net. Moving to the middle is not the answer, in my opinion. Gavin Newsom having Charlie Kirk on his podcast isn't it, in my opinion. This is it. Bernie Sanders, I don't know. He seems to have all the energy in the world, and that's what I love about Bernie. Bernie's an example of he's leaving it out all out on the field. He could be like, I need to retire now. And this man is campaigning, not during campaign season, going around and explaining to people in real time. How old is Bernie? Can we crowdsource that? Because I don't want to guess. I am actually not sure. But what I'm saying is he's 83. He's firing on all cylinders. You should have seen him this weekend. People love this man. He defies age. He's a great example. That's the problem. It's easy to say, I want age restrictions on people in Congress, but do I want people to be able to vote Bernie Sanders back to the Senate? Sure. He seems to be doing a great job. And I'm going to show you a clip. This is not focused on labor, right? This is focused on Bernie Sanders was in Wisconsin. This was an amazing, amazing town hall he hosted. And if you guys don't know this, they're fighting for the majority of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, state Supreme Court. And Elmo is spending hundreds of millions of dollars to influence this election. And Bernie was calling it out, and I'm so glad.
And Musk is so arrogant that he is even intervening in a Supreme Court election right here in the state of Wisconsin. Against a candidate who has the very, very extreme idea that maybe women should be able to control their own bodies, not the government. Now, now whatever your view may be on this Supreme Court election, I think what everybody, no matter what your position should be, should make it clear to the wealthiest person on earth that he cannot buy an election here in Wisconsin. And I want you to think about what that means. If this guy can intervene in a Supreme Court election in one state, you tell me what mayor's race, what governor's race, what Senate race he cannot buy. So we have got to deal with this corrupt campaign finance system.
We have to get money out of politics. I mean, absolutely. And that's what's scary, right? This man is influencing a Supreme Court race in Wisconsin, which, if you don't why does that matter, right? If there's disputes on gerrymandering, right, that who determines these things? Eventually state Supreme Courts. It is so important. And Elmo's learned I can throw my weight around. Not just first it was a presidential election. Now I'm going to influence presidential elections in Europe. Now he's saying I will influence any election I want to. And what Bernie is saying is this is why we have to end Citizens United. This is why we have to get money out of politics. Who bought a social media platform, who has 200 plus million followers, who is the richest man in the world with unlimited resources, and has now decided to use those funds to enact his will in politics. Not just big races, but this man has nothing going on in Wisconsin, and he's decided to influence a Supreme Court race. I don't know what could be scarier at this point. Midas Touch had Judge Susan Crawford, I believe her name is. They were talking about it this weekend. It was super interesting.
I also think that what DOGE is doing is terribly unpopular now across the country. We're seeing in town halls, Republican town halls in ruby red areas. By the way, ruby red areas in Wisconsin as well, where some of these Republican politicians are canceling the town halls. People are pissed that DOGE and Elon Musk's crew of 19 to 25-year-old guys with these horribly misogynistic and ridiculous nickname, whatever, they're going into people's private data, their medical info, their social security info, getting access to tax info and transaction data. And so, I mean, look, one could assume if Elon Musk was Donald Trump's backer and Trump's doing the Musk agenda, Musk's doing this with Schimmel. So all of the things that I think people in Wisconsin hate about DOGE and what DOGE is doing to their lives, invasion of their privacy, will get 100 times worse. It'll be a rubber stamp on DOGE. What do you think about that?
Oh, I think there's no question, Ben. I think that is exactly why Elon Musk is spending millions of dollars, on these phony attack ads against me and trying to get Brad Schimmel on the Supreme Court. He's got a partisan agenda. Brad Schimmel is only too willing to help him out with that. I think they see completely eye to eye. And as I've been out traveling around the state talking to voters, I think voters are, like you said, they are scared. They're really concerned. They don't want these unelected people like Elon Musk and his, gang of 20-year-olds digging through their personal data. And people talk to me about that all the time. So, we need to have a Wisconsin Supreme Court that's working for the people of Wisconsin, not one that is working for Elon Musk.
Love how they say Wisconsin. I love that. It reminds me, my mother grew up in Minnesota. I love that Midwest accent. It's so cute. Wisconsin. I'm just resetting my gift goal. Thank you guys for reminding me. If you could see how many things I have. Oh, Joanna's here. Yay, Joanna can. I'll reset the other goal too. Thank you for reminding me, you guys. I appreciate it. Hey, Joanna.
Hey, I was just gonna be like, yeah, you're cute, but you need to reset the gift goal. So thank you, and thank you, chat, for always being our reminder and for helping us crowdfund information. Not so much thank you for the taps, because y'all are being a little lazy. I know we're all discombobulated because of daylight saving time. It sucks. I hate it too. Thankfully, Felice is in Arizona and they don't have to deal with it. I guess shout out to Arizona. But I need the taps to start tapping so everybody can keep yapping. I haven't turned the comments off in a while, but I will do it. It's a Monday. I'm annoyed. We're all annoyed. Tap the screen in rage. If you haven't sent any coinage to the Cash App or Venmo, go ahead and do that. That's the best way to support our good girl with the gorgeous smile and the phenomenal top knot. Don't we love a top knot? The skin is skinning. You would never know that she was hurling her guts out 5 minutes before she got on this live, because look at her. Gorgeous as always, and that big beautiful brain that we love is not ever out of commission. Always on point, always in style. Make sure that you're doing all the things. There are 210 shares and there are 450 people in here. Everybody share the live with 5 people. Everybody needs this information so they can come over here and be miserable with the rest of us while we figure out the game plan, right? We love Bernie. We live for Bernie. And I agree with Felice and with Bernie. We absolutely need a more populist, labor forward movement. Going to center is just going to have everybody on the right side. Yep, my dog's a psychopath, sorry. But yeah, going to center does not work. It moves us all to the right, and nobody needs to be over there. Even the idiots that are still over there don't need to be over there. Back to the show. Make sure that you're helping us reach the gift goals. Make sure that I see y'all getting those shares up, and I much appreciate it. I see that the fingers are tapping too now. Thank you very much. If you haven't joined the Discord, I think you should. There's access to the outlines, which contain all the phenomenal information that you see. So when y'all are in the comments, who is this? What Twitter account is that? I'm not on Twitter. Where else can I follow them? You can find all this shit in the Discord. I tell you this every time I come up here. There's a link in her bio. If you can't find it, send me a message and I'll make sure that you get it. Yep, my dog was going
now
absolutely.
Follow Joanna, because if you do have questions or you can't find the outline stuff, you can message her and she will help you out. She helps me find things.
I absolutely will give you a quick little assist. There's phenomenal information in the Discord. Felice randomly posts stuff. Everybody that's already in the Discord also randomly post stuff. There's all the hellscape shit, but we also post phenomenal little funny things. We post memes, because everything can't always be doom and gloom, right? We need a little happy. I get extra doses of it because I have a grandson and he's absolutely adorable. P.S. There are also pictures of him in the Discord, so if that's enough to bribe you, then great. Lastly, if you're not subscribed everywhere else, I really don't know what you're doing, but you need to. We're everywhere at this point. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. YouTube has the replays of the show, so if you miss something, hop on YouTube and you can rewatch it. You can clip it. You can share it. So for everybody that thinks that you're being hyperbolic, you can be like, no, stupid, here's the proof right in your face. Here are the receipts, because that's what we bring on this show. Appreciate your tapping. Let's get up to 300K super duper quick. We can do it. I know y'all can. I'm gonna hop back in the chat and continue rabble rousing with y'all. I'm gonna be tapping. I hope you join me in the tapping, and back to the show.
Thank you, Joanna. You're the best. I loved this post from Pramila. Pramila is the best name. Jayapal, right? Trans kids didn't hike your rent. Billionaires did. Immigrants didn't make your groceries expensive. Billionaires did. Federal workers didn't take away your health care. Billionaires did. And that is such a fact. I was listening to Fox News this morning and they were saying, nobody is talking about what to do about the housing market and the prices of rent. And you know who was talking about that? Kamala Harris was. She had a plan for it. The only plan of conservatives is to do nothing and allow corporations to continue buying up houses and using them as assets and pricing us all out of real estate markets. So that's what I'm saying. The message of we care about the middle class, that is the message to take power back in both the Congress and the executive branch. Oh, and I love this. This is a piece of good news. I talked about the National Labor Relations Board. This is one of the things that Elmo has dissolved. They were coming after him because of his union busting and labor violations related to Tesla and other companies. A federal judge ruled that Trump illegally fired National Labor Relations Board member Gwen Wilcox and ordered her reinstatement. If you don't remember who Gwen Wilcox is, she's one of Trump's people that he identified as a DEI hire that wasn't capable of doing her job. So I'll just shocker. Here's Gwen. She's also a genius. She's an attorney. Like, if you look up this woman's resume, I just want you to say she is more qualified in her pinky than Donald Trump in his entire body. Just to be clear. And Trump said, "Oh, a black woman, she's not qualified. We've got to stop these DEI hires. Get rid of her." And she's like, yeah, I'm used to fighting for things, has been fighting in court. And a federal judge said she was legally fired. She is amazing. I should do a little piece just on who she is in her resume. But this is the board that handles union labor disputes and things of that nature. And it's super important that we got her back on the board. We don't even have the majority, and still Trump tried to get rid of her. It's so wrong. But if you want to read more about this is an article. Federal judge reinstates labor board member fired by President Trump directly by him. Disgusting. A federal judge ruled when he fired a member of an independent labor agency, and the judge ordered that she be allowed to remain on the job. And it's so funny. It's Beryl Howell, which, thanks to Trump's constant illegal activities, I now know so many federal judges. Trump hates Beryl Howell, right? This is the guy that approved breaking attorney-client privilege in the Mar-a-Lago docks case. So it's very funny that it is him. And listen to this quote from the court filing. An American president is not a king. Say it again. An American president is not a king, not even an elected one. And his power to remove federal officers and honest civil servants like plaintiff is not absolute. Howell wrote. Tell the people, Beryl Howell. I love this. I could listen to this forever. She acknowledged the administration's argument that the Supreme Court may be inclined to overturn a 90-year-old decision restricting the president's power to remove members of independent agencies. But the judge says that until and unless the High Court acts, current law clearly supports keeping Wilcox in her role. Nice try, Trump. And the more Trump keeps acting so crazily, I think the less likely the Supreme Court is to back him on things like this. It's getting impossible to back him. Wilcox sued after he fired her, and the agency's general counsel, which I showed you guys, like, people were releasing the general counsel of the National Labor Relations Boards, like emails to people. Her name's Jennifer Abruzzo. Wilcox's attorney said no president previously had tried to remove a National Labor Relations Board member. I wonder why no president has ever tried it, and yet he tried it just to remove I believe she's the first black member, ever. They argued that board members can only be fired for neglect of duty or malfeasance in office, and only after giving notice and holding a hearing. Yeah, well, Trump believes being a black woman is neglect or duty or malfeasance in office, as he's made clear, as we know, right? Like, that's what Trump is saying. The only people who are capable of doing a job is mediocre white men, unqualified mediocre white men, right? They're trying to take back their mediocre power due to extreme insecurity and fear of losing everything they have. That's what this is. Trump didn't fire anyone else. There are other not conservatives. There are other liberals on the National Labor Relations Board. It's just very interesting that he would fire the black woman. Fascinating. And I put this in the Discord yesterday, but this is just another example. This is absolute corruption, right? We had a bunch of federal prosecutors, conservative, Danielle Sassoon, conservative Federalist Society lawyer who was in charge of the Eric Adams case, resign. I think it's 7 people went with her saying, this is a violation of my code of ethics. Like, this guy's guilty and I'm not going to drop these charges. And they're alleging it's a quid pro quo. Well, they've now put more people, 2 of the 3, they put 3 total people on leave. 2 of the 3 put on leave worked on the prosecution of Mayor Eric Adams. And one of them worked on the Ghislaine Maxwell case as well. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I love this. This is over the week. This was on Friday, right? It's the 10th. Yeah, Friday. This is basically Trump's, edict, if you will, of telling Republicans, you better vote for that continued resolution. He's saying, fund the government. Don't let it shut down. So I just want to be clear, this is an admission that everything Elmo has done is a lie. Just to be clear, these are the people that are saying, we found all this waste, fraud, and abuse. If you found it, and you're in charge of the House, who are the appropriators of the tax dollars, right? They set the budget. Why would they just fund the government as is? They're doing a clean CR. A CR is a continued resolution. And I just want to be clear, we are now at, I believe, 9 months since the Republicans have controlled the House and not come up with their own budget. We are still just doing continued resolutions of Nancy Pelosi's budget. This is Nancy Pelosi's budget. Just to be clear, it was the entire 118th Congress. Now the 119th. Republicans can't pass a budget. We're still on Nancy Pelosi's budget. Allegedly, this is the biggest indication it's all a lie. They're rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. They have control of making a budget, but can't do it. So, guess we just keep going on with Nancy Pelosi's budget. These people are frauds. Everything they say is a lie. If you found a bunch of waste, fraud, and abuse, wouldn't you put it all on paper and say, here's the changes we're making to the budget to save the American people money? Nope, because it's not real. So instead, we're just going to keep funding the government as is, which again, yeah, I'm not saying fine with me, but Republicans, the average conservative, believes that Elmo is doing something, believes that Republicans are appropriating money. They're not. We're still on Nancy Pelosi's budget. We're just doing continued resolutions. Kevin McCarthy was ousted for doing what we're about to do again, doing a clean CR and just funding the government. We're not doing anything. Oh, I love this one. The Dow has now given back all its gains since November 5th. So just to be clear, since Trump was elected, the Dow, any gains have been lost officially as of today. The Dow has lost all of their gains, its gains, since Trump was elected. Keep it up, conservatives. You guys are doing a great job. You guys are making us all poorer. Make America poor again. And this is Trump. Oh, God, this was the worst interview. Don't worry. I think I have like a couple clips of it, and they're not right now. But I did maybe clip like 5 or 6 things, all pathological lies. This is just one clip. Don't worry. You don't have to watch more than one. But this is Trump's comments, right? And I will say, Maria Bartiromo is interviewing him, and I don't know when the interview actually happened, but it was aired yesterday on like Sunday Morning Politics. And I've never seen Maria Bartiromo, like, you could tell, like, she's like, hey, can you explain any of this? When you've lost Maria, one of like Trump's main pathological liars, I don't even know what to say. She was just like, hey, like, none of this makes sense.
I didn't buy any longer. Yeah, because there was nobody to call him. I used to call President Xi. I said, you got to do me a favor. You got to, live up to that agreement. And he was great. He did.
Before you came into the Oval Office the first time, you were a very successful businessman, very successful real estate executive. And a lot of people said, oh, this is the business president. This is it. He's watching the stock market. He knows all about, he doesn't want the market to go down. And now we've got tariffs and the market has been going down.
Well, not much. I mean, in all fairness,
you said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they didn't buy it.
Sorry, I did not mean to do that. But yeah, so I get it. And again, I get that we want to nitpick what she's saying, but what she's saying is from the conservative perspective. So yes, everything she said is delusional. Like, he's not a good businessman. But actually, what she's doing, and if you didn't know, Maria Bartiromo used to be a very respected, like, Wall Street reporter. She was a finance reporter. So it's actually quite, she knows what she's doing. What she's saying is, hey, we all you're a great businessman. You're an expert on Wall Street. She's like fluffing. You're all these things, right? But the opposite is now happening. The stock market's crashing, so she's setting it up and saying, hey, can you explain any of this? You said we elected you, or the American people elected you because you're the great businessman. You're good with finance. You're this guy. But the opposite seems to be happening. Please explain.
All about, he doesn't want the market to go down. And now we've got tariffs and the market has been going down.
Well, not much. I mean, in all fairness.
You said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
But it's not, none of that makes any sense. So this is a person who ran on, if you elect Kamala Harris, the stock market is going to crash. He said when Biden was president, the last year of Biden's presidency, when the stock market continued to rise at record levels, Trump, if you watched him on the campaign trail, he said, that's not because of Biden's economy. That's because everyone is so excited for me to be president that the stock market, that's confidence in the future of me being president, right? And like I said, all projections were the Fed will lower interest rates 2 more times this year, that inflation should go down, that jobs should go up. Every single projection of a robust, strong economy when Biden handed off the best economy at the G7 to Trump has ran into the ground. That's why I showed you this right before I played that clip. The Dow has now given back all gains since November 5th. Trump has ran our economy into the ground. All Trump had to do was not touch it. If Trump had done nothing, the economy would be humming along and growing. Trump has done the opposite. It is undeniable that he is running our economy into the ground. And someone mentioned Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna was on Fox this morning, and I thought he was doing, I'm sorry. Wait, yeah, I think actually it was this morning. Yes, this was this morning. Ro Khanna was on Fox. If you don't know who Ro Khanna is, he's a progressive from California. He's super progressive, almost to the point of not even liking Democrats. He is a Democrat, but like so progressive, he almost, doesn't even like Democrats.
Point out that some of their policies aren't working on the economy, that you can't cut $880 billion of Medicaid. That means the closure of hospitals and people being kicked off health care.
We don't know if that's happening.
Well, I mean, the Republicans passed that budget. I mean, they just passed the budget with, in their numbers, $880 billion of cuts. You can't have blanket tariffs on allies. That ultimately gives the grocery stores the ability to raise prices. But then we could point out where they're making mistakes. We also need to point out our vision. We have a vision to become a manufacturing superpower by investing in new steel industries in this country, by having new shipbuilding, by having new aluminum. We have a vision to make sure every kid has technology education. I represent Silicon Valley with the future of AI. We should be setting up AI academies in different places. We have a vision for making childcare affordable, for making healthcare affordable, so costs go down. That's what the Democrats need to be focused on.
Some of those ideas.
But none of that is what Trump is focused on. I just want to be clear. None of this will happen under Trump. Trump is doing nothing to help the economy, nothing to help retirement accounts, nothing to help the middle class. The only people getting what they want from Donald Trump are billionaires and corporations. And even corporations. This is a fascinating week to watch, because what's happening is corporations know likey, right? They are losing money. They're upset, right? The number one thing a business needs to succeed is a steady political situation. The volatility, Trump driving the market up and down, probably to enrich himself and his oligarchical cronies, as I was talking about last Friday. Businesses are not having a great time with this. This is not good. Oh my God. And then it's undeniable that Trump is driving our economy into a recession. And then he marches out other billionaires. This is a billionaire. This is Howard Lutnick. This is his commerce secretary, also an idiot, to make excuses. And by excuses, I mean lies about why any of this is happening. It makes no sense. Think what you know about what just happened last week about Trump saying all of these tariffs are going into effect and then changing his mind about all of them. And then how the new talking point, which let's say the old new talking point, is now we're back to it's the F illicit substance, which makes no sense. I mean, all you have to do is look up numbers. That's not true.
Second, that's going to be reciprocal tariffs, and I'm happy to talk about that. But let's try to keep those two different.
Okay, understood. But you say he's not going to take his foot off the gas. Does that mean these are permanent tariffs? Mr. Secretary, can you provide clarity, yes or no?
If fentanyl ends, I think these will come off. But if fentanyl does not end, or he's
You know how idiotic it is? And how upset you should be as an American citizen to be told what the F does it mean if fentanyl ends? What? It will never end, right? Like, are you out of your mind? So this is just the latest excuse, which was actually one of the first excuses. That's why I'm saying it's the old new excuse. But now they're trying to relate this to Canada, which we know No, this is not a problem coming from Canada. This is just a lie, right? Trump is manipulating markets, driving the stock market up and down, probably to enrich himself and his friends. I mean, patterns don't lie, in my opinion. We're not. Show me the revenue we're taking in from tariffs, because I just want to say, numbers don't lie. How much? Show me the money. We are not taking in. The number one problem we had in Trump's first presidency, right, was that he said, I'm cutting taxes primarily for the majority of the tax cuts went to corporations and the rich. He said, don't worry, I'm doing these tariffs and we're going to get hundreds of billions of dollars from them. And we know it didn't happen. We didn't, right? All China said is, don't worry, we're going to go do business elsewhere. We never made money off the tariffs. And that's what's happening now. Trump announces tariffs, stock market takes a dip. In my opinion, somebody is buying low. Then he reverses course, selling high. That does not benefit us. We are not levying tax revenue from threats of tariffs. Like, stop insulting all of our intelligence. Thank you so much.
Certain about it, they will stay this way until he is comfortable. This is black and white. You got to save American lives. So with respect to fentanyl, this is about the border and fentanyl, and that's an agreement between the president and the two leaders of Canada. Of course, Justin Trudeau's got a lot to say. Of course, he's leaving in like days, so it's not really that fun to listen to some guy who's trying to create sort of a mess for Canada, which he's trying to do. President Sheinbaum did a much more calm, thoughtful conversation with President Trump, and that's why this is the result. She was able to negotiate it because she said 1,000 more people on the border, stopping fentanyl from coming into this country.
So none of that is true. It's actually the exact opposite. If anything, Justin Trudeau and Canada, his representatives, bent over backwards to be like, oh, what do you need, Trump? You need us to just pretend we're putting more people on the border so you could say you won. We'll do that. No. Claudia Sheinbaum, as we call her, with the highest approval ratings of probably any president in the world, ran Trump over with her brain. That all of a sudden she's wearing "Make Mexico Great Again" hats, just talking shit about Trump 24 hours a day. Like, that's what's going on in Mexico. That's what's happening. Don't believe me? Just look it up. And Trump doesn't. That's what happens when you challenge an insecure narcissist. They back down. Trump's like, oh, she gave me what I wanted. No, it has long been Mexico and America's job to police the southern border. All Trump wants is to be able to say, oh, there are troops going to the southern border. There always were. That's what countries have learned. Oh, just pretend, placate Trump with fake things we already agreed to. Trump gets to put out a press release, and then we'll pretend he can pretend he won. He won nothing. Stop lying. This is so embarrassing for our country. What do I think his end goal really is? No, I don't. I mean, I think that Trump is a lame duck president, right? Trump has 4 years. I mean, unless he declares martial law, which I would not put past him to stay in office. Like, that's the easiest way for Trump. Like, everyone's like, it'll be so hard to amend the Constitution so Trump could run for office again. I don't think that's how he would stay in. I think he would do like a Netanyahu, right? I think he would just say he will start a war, a fake war, and say we're in wartime, and he will not have elections again. That's the easiest way for him to remain in office. But why do I think he's doing this with the tariffs? I think there's a very clear pattern of stock market manipulation. I was talking about this on Friday and actually I talked about it many days last week. Because I see the world in patterns, that's all I see. He's manipulating the market. I think he's profiting off of it. I think his friends, cool, I've never seen that one before. I think his friends, he's moving the markets. And then this is what he does. He announces, this is happening, these crippling tariffs. Last week, the worst of the package of tariffs were those auto tariffs, right? The automotive industry freaks out and the markets dip, buy low. Somebody buys low, whoever, right? And then he reverses it. The markets go back up and they sell off, they make some money. I mean, that is the only benefit, it seems to me. Because let's say, I mean, Trump is decimating the IRS. Trump is not going to levy tax revenue from people. We're not going to take in money that way. The only other way to do it is through tariffs. I have no idea what he's doing. I mean, it's not balancing the budget. It's not running the U.S. government. I just think he's a lame duck president, and he's like, I am going to make as much money as I can while in office. He does not care if he runs the country into the ground. What difference does it make to him? Someone said, like, I can't remember who said this last week, but someone's like, why does Trump act like he's not as old as he is? Like, what could the end game possibly be? I don't think he cares. First of all, I don't believe narcissists are thinking about how old they are. I was raised by one, and I see it with my mother. They believe they're going to live forever. That's the nature of narcissists. They're God. They believe they're God. But yeah, I don't. It did not. I don't know what that was. Howard Lutnick should be ashamed. And I believe I was reading Target has lost like $2 billion. Best Buy is losing money. And they're basically saying, hey, we have to increase prices if these tariffs stay the same. Like, there's a pricing matrix large corporations use. They're already increasing prices, but they're now publicly saying and talking about it in their earnings call. And here is Howard Lutnick's response to that. Again, they're not increasing prices of the countries that they're exporting from. They're saying we will increase prices American consumers pay at the cash register.
The CEOs of Target and Best Buy this week warned that they will have to increase prices as a result of tariffs. Do you acknowledge that prices will go up for consumers because of these tariffs?
I think it's important for people to realize that we run $2 trillion deficits, and Donald Trump is going to try to balance the budget of the United States of America. And when you balance the budget of the United States of America, you drive interest rates down 150 basis points, 1.5%. You're going to have mortgages come smashing down. The cost of your home will come smashing down. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and drive down the price of energy. That's coming down. So these two massive moves are going to happen. And you know who's going to pay for that? Tariffs and outside countries who just leech off of us, lean on us, earn money off of us. They've got to start to pay. President Trump wants the American people to start to understand the External Revenue Service should start to pay. Yes, some products that are made foreign might be more expensive.
To understand what a pack of unintelligent BS this is, none of this is true. None of this is in the neighborhood of correct. You'd have to be, I don't know what type of illicit substances you would have to be on for this to make sense or for you to believe this. I believe the answer is a huge dose of cognitive dissonance, right? If this makes sense to you, you need to learn to do basic math and read a book. This is the biggest crock of BS I've ever bath salt. Exactly. You have to be about the next step after this makes sense is you eat someone's face off. Like, this makes no sense. This is absolutely an insult to all of our intelligence. And this is Trump's guy. This is just a billionaire. Like, my job is to talk really fast. And like, no offense, Kristen Welker, but you're terrible at your job. Why would you, like, he lies uncontrollably, and I don't ever hear her pushing back. Who did this before her? Was it Chuck Todd? Bring back Chuck. I'm tired of this. I'm really tired of Kristen Welker.
Can you be specific? When exactly can Americans expect to see those prices come way down?
Egg prices up 200% under Biden. Biden just killing chickens, trying to worry about things. It's crazy the way eggs have gone up 200%. Donald Trump's going to bring the price of eggs down now. Donald Trump's tariffs are, here's the idea. All these other countries, like India, for instance, when Modi was in town, right? 1.4
Biden just unaliving chickens for no reason. This man is such a liar that he's not acknowledging the bird flu, which is the reason. Like, an intelligent answer would be, which is the truth. Hey, Biden can't control the bird flu. Trump can't control the bird flu. I mean, Trump could be buying eggs from other parts of the world and acknowledging what's going on, like Biden did, and keeping the price lower. Like, this is a billionaire enriching himself off of us, lying to us and insulting our intelligence, saying Biden was just, doing a G-side of birds for no reason? It's the Biden chickens, I know. Like, this was yesterday. This is Trump's response.
billion people, and they won't buy a bushel of our corn. Europe, always blocking our farmers. As our farmers can sell more and more overseas, you're going to see the price of food in America come down. It's a volume thing. Well, I think the deal starts April 2nd. The deal starts April 2nd of reciprocal tariffs. The president's going to negotiate country by country. He's going to drive down other countries' barriers, unleashing our farmers, our ranchers, and our fishermen. They're going to explode in value, and the prices of American produce, row crops, produce, and fish are going to come down because our American industries are going to win around the world, because finally, Donald Trump is behind them, protecting them. He's got their back, and he's going to make them winners. And that all of America is going to be winners, because these prices are coming down, and the process starts April 2nd.
I can't express how dumb this man is. And actually, like I say, I don't think he's dumb. I think he's a liar, right? What the hell? We're asking about the price of eggs and U.S. prices, and you're talking about farmers and fish exploding. No, if we export more, which would mean we'd have to devalue the US dollar. I've talked about why people don't buy our exports. It's because the value of the US dollar is high. It's because the cost of materials, the cost of labor in the US is so high, right? Our exports are the most expensive in the world. That's why. And then our few trade blocks, like, I don't know, Canada and Mexico, Trump's in a trade war with. None of this makes any sense, nor is it real. Howard Lutnick is oh my God. You guys are going to love this. Hold on. I'm going to show you this now. I'm going to show you about tariffs. You're going to want to follow him. So this is, wait, hold on. Yeah, that's the whole thing, I think. Wait, no, let me make sure. Let me see if I can. Yeah, nope, there's an E on the end. This is it right here. My 2 cents, like TWO. You can screenshot this under my 2 cents. It's at my 2 cents _ Einer, EINER. This is so funny. Because listening to Howard Lutnick, I was like, I need to find somebody screaming about tariffs and how dumb the Trump administration is, and the American people that believe anything they're saying makes sense. And this is hilarious. So again, just my 2 cents _EINER, because you're going to want to follow this guy. This is hilarious. It's hard to be gaslit and also not laugh, so.
You know, tariffs don't cost you anything if you buy domestic. I see countless people saying this. Yeah. You remember during the first Trump administration when he placed tariffs on Canadian lumber, and it was only the Canadian lumber that went up in price? All you had to do was go down to Lowe's or Home Depot or your local lumber yard and tell them you wanted that good old American lumber. And you didn't have to pay those high lumber prices. And if you were buying a home, you just needed to buy a home that was made of American lumber. And you'd get that American lumber price, and the home price didn't go up. Do you remember that? Do you remember how, as a result of the Trump lumber tariffs, the American lumber industry exploded, and in just a few years, America no longer needed any of that Canadian lumber? The American lumber industry had been made great again, and lumber was affordable, and housing prices went down. You remember all that? Well, nobody else remembers it either, because it didn't happen, you dumb fuck red hat morons. When you place a tariff on a Mexican tomato, the price of all tomatoes goes up. You go down to the burger joint and tell them you want an American burger with American-grown lettuce and tomato and onion and American beef. And you want to pay that American price, no tariff pricing. How well do you think that's going to work out for you? Or do you think they're going to stand there and stare at you like the brain-dead, inbred, dumb fuck that you are? I know when you're sitting around the dinner table with your uncle, daddy, and your cousin brothers, you sound real smart saying just buy American and you won't have to pay those tariffs. Big Daddy Trump told me so. And then you open yourself a can of cold Bud Light because the price of that American beer isn't going up, except now it's going to cost more. And why would that be? Because the aluminum the can is made out of is being tariffed. And more than half of the price of your beer is the cost of the can and not the beer. If you think America can just start making its own aluminum, you're wrong. But you should be used to that. America cannot make its own aluminum, and it never will be able to, not ever. That's because America has no significant deposits of bauxite, the ore which aluminum is made from. If you're going to escape tariffs, you're going to...
In fairness, not to interrupt, I told you guys you would love him. I'll show you his name again after this, but I just want to say, it's not just what he's saying. That is true, right? We can't lower the prices of aluminum. We can't manufacture it. It's not going to happen. But the real truth is, just to be clear, in free markets, if we tariff other countries, if the price of lumber that we are importing from other countries rises in the U.S. market, what happens is other people raise their prices too. That's capitalism, right? So if you think for a second, oh, we're just doing this and all American products, their prices will still be low. Well, those prices are already higher than imports because of how much it costs to produce products in America. But again, no, then you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how markets work, right? All ships rise. All prices rise, right? If you're like, oh, my competitor is charging $12 minus $6, everyone's paying $12. What you do in capitalism is you say the market will bear what it bears. If people will pay $12, that's the price I am going to make people pay too. That is how capitalism works. It's unconscionable. So I just want to be clear. He is on the right track. He's on his own line of logic about, no, that doesn't mean what it costs to the can still costs more. But no, the fact is, when you start making other people tack on tariff prices to their product and the price in a free market rises, so does every other price. Have you ever been on Amazon?
Have to put down that Bud Light, tell your mama's grandpa daddy to fire up the still, and get to drinking moonshine.
Just gonna rewind because we can't miss that line. Not your mama's grandpa daddy and the still. We gotta get that whole thing.
You should be used to that. America cannot make its own aluminum, and it never will be able to, not ever. That's because America has no significant deposits of bauxite, the ore which aluminum is made from. If you're going to escape tariffs, you're going to have to put down that Bud Light, tell your mama's grandpa daddy to fire up the still, and get to drinking moonshine. And don't be buying any grain. You're going to need to grow that yourself because the price of grain is going up. Too much of that is imported. So while you and your cousin brothers are digging around through the barn trying to find the parts to Grandpa Daddy's still, maybe you and the rest of you dumb fucks can figure out why Trump said he loves the poorly educated. Could it be because you and the rest of the red hat dumb fucks swallow all the bullshit he feeds you without even stopping to chew? The only purpose for tariffs is to create a new revenue stream, so that Trump can give his billionaire buddies tax cuts. That's it. To make dumb fucks like you pay more of the bill so his wealthy oligarch friends don't have to. The fact is, the Trump administration and the Congressional Budget Committee are banking on the continued import of those goods in order to gather the tariffs. Maybe if your brain wasn't so fucked up, you'd pay attention when Trump talks about the billions of dollars he plans on bringing in through tariffs. How could that happen if the plan was for America to no longer import all those goods? It couldn't. The plan is to make low IQ dumb fuck shit for brains that wear red hats foot more of the bill. And you low IQ red hat dumb fucks are gonna like it, just so long as you think you're owning the libs. The only one being owned is you that swallow his bullshit. He owns your ass like he was your Sunday school teacher. But you like.
Oh, I forgot about. I was gonna clip the end out. I just remembered I was going to not. Yeah, that got in there. I was thinking that was probably too far, but yep. Sorry, that's snuck in there. Here, let me show you. I saw people were like, "Who is this?" I told you you'd want to know. I was like, "I've never seen him on TikTok." I'm going the wrong way. Sorry. I told you guys you'd want to know who it was. This is. Oh, here we go. And Joanna posted it at the beginning. My 2 cents. Sorry, it matches. It blends in with the background. By the way, is this man on a roof? Did you guys notice that? It almost looks like he's on a roof screaming all this, which I love. My 2 cents, like MYTWOCENTS _. There we go. Joanna just posted it. So you can screenshot this. You can screenshot that. That paper is he's literally Stella, great point. He's literally screaming from the rooftop. Should we listen one more time? Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear him scream all that one more time. Because I do. If anyone wants to smile, how funny is this stuff? Okay, yeah, let's just hear him scream it one more. Because this will be my 4th time, and it's only getting better. That was my 4th time hearing this, and it's actually funnier. Like, I think I will listen to this before I go to bed.
You know, tariffs don't cost you anything if you buy domestic. I see countless people saying this. Yeah. You remember during the first Trump administration when he placed tariffs on Canadian lumber, and it was only the Canadian lumber that went up in price? All you had to do is go down to Lowe's or Home Depot or your local lumber yard and tell them you wanted that good old American lumber. And you didn't have to pay those high lumber prices. And if you were buying a home, you just needed to buy a home that was made of American lumber. And you'd get that American lumber price, and the home price didn't go up. Do you remember that? Do you remember how, as a result of the Trump lumber tariffs, the American lumber industry exploded, and in just a few years, America no longer needed any of that Canadian lumber? The American lumber industry had been made great again, and lumber was affordable, and housing prices went down. You remember all that? Well, nobody else remembers it either, because it didn't happen, you dumb fuck red hat morons. When you place a tariff on a Mexican tomato, the price of all tomatoes goes up. You go down to the burger joint, and tell them you want an American burger with American-grown lettuce and tomato and onion and American beef. And you want to pay that American price, no tariff pricing. How well do you think that's going to work out for you? Or do you think they're going to stand there and stare at you like the brain-dead, inbred, dumb fuck that you are? I know when you're sitting around the dinner table with your uncle, daddy, and your cousin brothers, you sound real smart saying just buy American and you won't have to pay those tariffs. Big Daddy Trump told me so. And then you open yourself a can of cold Bud Light because the price of that American beer isn't going up, except now it's going to cost more. And why would that be? Because the aluminum the can is made out of is being tariffed. And more than half of the price of your beer is the cost of the can and not the beer. If you think America can just start making its own aluminum, you're wrong. But you should be used to that. America cannot make its own aluminum, and it never will be able to. Not ever. That's because America has no significant deposits of bauxite, the ore which aluminum is made from. If you're going to escape tariffs, you're going to have to put down that Bud Light, tell your mama's grandpa daddy to fire up the still, and get to drinking moonshine. And don't be buying any grain. You're going to need to grow that yourself because the price of grain is going up. Too much of that is imported. So while you and your cousin brothers are digging around through the barn trying to find the parts to Grandpa Daddy's still, maybe you and the rest of you dumb fucks can figure out why Trump said he loves the poorly educated. Could it be because you and the rest of the red hat dumb fucks swallow all the bullshit he feeds you without even stopping to chew? The only purpose for tariffs is to create a new revenue stream, so that Trump can give his billionaire buddies tax cuts. That's it. To make dumb fucks like you pay more of the bill so his wealthy oligarch friends don't have to. The fact is, the Trump administration and the Congressional Budget Committee are banking on the continued import of those goods in order to gather the tariffs. Maybe if your brain wasn't so fucked up, you'd pay attention when Trump talks about the billions of dollars he plans on bringing in through tariffs. How could that happen if the plan was for America to no longer import all those goods? It couldn't. The plan is to make low IQ dumb fuck shit for brains that wear red hats foot more of the bill. And you low IQ red hat dumb fucks are gonna like it, just so long as you think you're owning the libs. The only one being owned is you that swallow his bullshit. He owns your ass like he was your Sunday school teacher. But you like it.
That's the someone said they want to hear that is the end. I just was saying, I was like, maybe this will get me in trouble, but I forgot. So that's the whole end. Now, I mean, as someone who was essayed by their Sunday school teacher, that's real life. That's not true. Anyways, keep tapping the screen. Can we please, in the nicest way possible, pick up the tapping? Let's get to 400K. Again, I spend all my time on X, which is slowly killing my mental health. If you would like to support me and the People's Receipts, where I bring all of the receipts that conservatives cannot run from, please, this is my Cash App and Venmo. Also, I'm trying to get, wait, what is it again? I think 420. That's the goal for subscriptions today. I don't think we've had any on TikTok. If you would like to subscribe and support me and help me get recurring revenue back, we used to have I think it was 650, and then when the whole TikTok leaving the app store happened, it left. But again, this is help support me so I can bring more funny videos like this. If you're wondering, and again, the link to this is directly in the outline in the live sources section in the Discord, but I've showed you his name, and then this is the account it came from on X. I follow all of these accounts that aggregate really good TikToks to help me find them rather than having to scroll through everyone's TikTok one at a time. So yeah. Anyways, I want to also call out this cool account because Planet Over Profit, Pop for Climate, Planet Over Profit for Climate, they are organizing all these protests specifically like against Elmo. And I love watching these. So I'm sure they're on Blue Sky, but I make these outlines on X because it helps me keep an eye on all the weirdos on there and keep up. Someone was telling me, I was talking to someone who was saying like, oh, before we let people in the Discord, like we look at everyone's following. I was like, if somebody would look at my following and like they would think I was like a YTC. It's like, no, this is just how I do my research. It's not that I'm a weirdo. I'm just keeping up with a bunch of weirdos so then I can present the news. I swear. Oh, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $10. Cobra Commander. I knew that's the best name. Cobra Commander. Very G.I. Joe of you. Joyce, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you guys. And thanks, Cosmic NPC, for following on Twitch. Awesome. But again, as we've talked about, Elmo is hemorrhaging money from his companies. They're losing a lot of money, particularly Tesla. This is a protest that was going on in Manhattan.
What the? Wait, but what are they doing? What is this? Whoa, what the hell? Wait, what is this? What the hell? What do we get a mouth on? Wait, what are you doing to this guy?
My name's Frankie, and I'm getting arrested today protesting Elon Musk bought his way into office. He bought his way into heading a government agency. He bought his power at the expense of the American people, at the expense of our environment, at the expense of our world, and all of the people in it.
I love it. This is just example of one protest. You don't necessarily have to attend protests where you're going to be, taken downtown, but there's protests, there's town halls, there's less, and I'll show you some. Like, I love how now everywhere JD Vance goes, there's just people showing up like peacefully, just being like, get out of here. Like, this is my new favorite thing. So you don't necessarily have to be a protester that ends up, zip tied, but I think these examples of civil disobedience are the most important ways we can put pressure on our Congress people to listen to us, on our, federal government to say, hey, like people are pissed and we need to speak out against Elmo. Like we were talking. Oh, I did take a screenshot of their page. This is Planet Over Profit. Right, they do have a link tree, but in case you're looking for like more information on them, this is where you can find it. I did take a screen, so just screenshot this. It's POP for Climate on X. I think yes, this is another example. I like this one. I'm so glad they're protesting Elmo, but this one's also awesome. Listen to their chant. So they're protesting at Bloomberg Investment Conference. The mega rich firms and investors burning our planet come here to tout their moral depravity to an audience paying $3,000 per ticket. Our communities and our world won't survive more billionaire greed. It's time to resist. I love this one. Oh, why can't I scroll? There we go.
Stop hitting her! Oh my god!
They're destroying a planet, they're investing in genocide, they're destroying our democracy. Our friends are currently being arrested for shutting down the Bloomberg Invest Conference, a conference packed with the world's richest billionaires and CEOs. Tickets to this conference cost $3,000. People are paying $3,000 to listen to these fuckers speak about how they're destroying our world.
We will not stand for this! We will shut this shit down! Yeah!
I love it. They're saying tax the rich, tax the mother effing rich. I was like, God, what a catchy song. Could listen to this for hours. Yeah, no, anytime I find local groups that are protesting or opportunities where you can support or join, I'll let you guys know, like, this type of activism is going to be the thing that encourages more people to get involved. I know. We need to remix that song. That should be in the clubs. We could all be dancing to that. Oh, and this is going to be a trigger warning and disturb you. So again, Tennessee Holler, which follow them on TikTok, follow them on Blue Sky. I'm not suggesting you be on X for your mental health, but that's where I am. I got this video from. But this is I'm trying to think of the right words. So 9/11 responders, right? Like, this is they're protesting and talking about them losing their right to healthcare and different things, right? And listen, this will move you to tears. They're cutting funding to programs that help people who got cancer, COPD, different things from the first responders because of the clouds of dust and toxic chemicals they were exposed to when they were first responders, when the towers were coming down, right? Like, very similar to the toxic pits that, like, Beau Biden got cancer from, right? Now we have all these people who need care and were promised care, and Trump has cut their funding.
I just want to call up any 9/11 responder to come forward.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good. Look at these nice people.
All you guys come forward. That's what cancer looks like. That's what COPD looks like. That's what pulmonary fibrosis looks like. That's what severe respiratory illnesses look like. That's what post-traumatic looks like. They're all dying. So media, interview them after this press conference. Don't interview these people. I love these guys. For what? But I'll tell you what's killing them even more. The toxic fucking redundancy of this place. The toxic redundancy of having to keep coming back. They have to keep telling their stories. Ask Ray Pfeiffer, Lou Alvarez. Oh wait, you can't. They're dead. They died telling their stories. We continue to come back here for 20 years. Then we go to funerals. Then we go to hospital beds. This is real. DOGE is not real. Fuck Elon Musk. Let me just say what everybody else is thinking. People are sick and people are dying. I love you guys. I don't want to see you no more. No more. We want to be left alone. Leave us alone. We keep playing defense. Where's the offense? We ask. No more asking. We're demanding. From Longworth to Hart to HHS to the White House. Now! Have a good day.
Have a good day. I love New Yorkers. So let me just give some article examples. So I didn't screenshot these, but Trump, after GOP criticism, I'm not logged into my account. Hold on. Let me just go back and find one that doesn't have a paywall. New York Republicans scold Trump for CDC cuts that affect 9/11 responders, right? I mean, this is all happening in real time. You can look it up, but this is disgusting. Thank you. I was born to be a New Yorker. Should have been, but just an example. And again, Tennessee Holler is a great account to follow because they are highlighting all of these, so much activism in real time. And we love it. Can I just say that this is a ProPublica article. I'm always talking about ProPublica because they are doing amazing journalism. As Trump tried to hide the truth, we need the best of the best journalists, like investigative journalists, to go find it. ProPublica is made up of a lot of very, former journalists from the New York Times and things. Fabulous journalists. So this is a fascinating article. If you have not, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it so much. How do I say your name? Jinxo. Awesome. Thank you so much. This is a ProPublica article. If you haven't heard about this, it is fascinating. Remember, we were talking on Friday and someone was recommending the documentary The Family. And I will remind you of why I call Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito the leaker, right? There was a pastor who testified in front of Congress saying, hey, I was part of an evangelical plan to infiltrate and influence SCOTUS. And they're like, oh, how would you do that? Right? They send out these, they call them missionaries, like pastors and preachers, to get into Washington, D.C., get access to, say, I don't know, Samuel Alito or to Mike Johnson, and then to lobby and influence them. This is a very scary article. And actually, hold on, I'll give you an example. I'll just show you. I was having this is an example of how my brain works. This is a summary of that ProPublica article. It's horrific what's going on in it, right? Let me just, oopsies, sorry. I don't even know why that's happening. So, I can't make this, I can't enlarge this, so I'm not going to do this because it's too small and it's not a great learning tool. Let me go back to this and I'll show you something and then I'll tell you some things about it. But this is a ProPublica article. It is amazing, but I'll let this guy, I found a guy who, he didn't do the best job of summarizing. He started and then I'll pull up the article and I'll find the good talking points. But actually, before I show you the man's summary, he's on TikTok. Let me show you. This is Pastor Steve Berger. This is a guy that Mike Johnson's saying he doesn't speak to. This is a guy who lives in the house and is influencing Mike Johnson in the house he lives in DC in real time, who's posting pictures of him and Mike Johnson. This is a clip on YouTube. Pastor Steve Berger and his wife spoke about their project to influence politicians in a podcast last year. This is them talking about their plan to get involved, get high-level politicians and influence them. Oh, wait, it might be muted.
We were transitioning from a place of, what the world would call success and influence into something off the radar.
He is saying, hey, I was like a mega church pastor who was famous and everyone knew. And then I started this private mission to lurk in DC, get my hooks in people like House Speaker Mike Johnson and use evangelical delusions to influence them and their policy decisions. And he's saying, I used to be really famous and what I'm doing is a thankless job. I mean, if this doesn't disturb you, I highly suggest checking out this ProPublica article. It is so disturbing.
Where we were going to be dealing not with the masses and the thousands, but very personally, privately, quietly with members of Congress and the Senate in Washington, D.C.
In what?
Tax churches, taxation equals representation. These are nonprofits saying we are using, this is our plan. We don't pay taxes, but we are using our revenue streams to go and infiltrate DC. Mike Johnson is living in a house owned by this, well, not directly. Oh, well, I'll get into it in a second. Just listen to this BS.
Capacity, in what way do you serve there? Just tell me what you can. Because I've been there. I've seen it firsthand, and I know there's a lot of things you are unable to talk about, and I know why. Can you just at least share with us what ASI is all about, the things you can say?
Yeah. Sarah, why don't you start with that? What is it that we do in Washington, D.C. with senators and congressmen?
We encourage them through relationship and Bible study to stand up for what they already know is true. The people that we minister to are already committed Christians, godly people. But we knew, and boy, do we know all the more now in the days we're living in, that they needed bolstering in the word. It's just iron sharpening iron. Like, oh yeah, that's why I'm standing firm on this policy.
So I just want to be clear again. No, these are evangelicals. They have trapped Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson. He's not the only one though. He lives in a townhouse here. I'm going to go over the overview of the ProPublica article I was showing you here. Here, I'll put it back up again. I would suggest all of the information you're about to hear. This is a ProPublica article. And you can screenshot this and read it. You don't have to even read it. You can listen to it, and there's no paywall on ProPublica. Highly recommend. They do amazing investigative journalism. So again, Mike Johnson is living in a $3.7 million townhouse in Washington, D.C., owned by a Republican donor named Lee Beaman, B-E-A-M-A-N. The house is the center of an evangelical pastor's secret political influence campaign. Pastor Steve Berger, that's the creeper, and his wife you just heard speaking and confessing to all this. An evangelical pastor who opposes the separation of church and state and has called multinational institutions demonic. His goal is to influence members of Congress to translate religious teachings into policy. So Mike Johnson is living basically in a religious cult house. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Steve Berger, here's some information on her. Evangelical pastor leading the influence campaign opposes separation of church and state, calling it a delusional lie. Claims to have inspired legislation through his influence on lawmakers. He's got Johnson trapped in this townhouse in his cult. Strongly conservative on social issues, including opposition to same-sex marriage, the World Health Organization, and COVID vaccines. Founded a nonprofit. When you hear him say the words ASI, that's the cult. Ambassador Services International. It has a $1 million annual budget where they try to sway politicians and get them to write policy and vote for policy that furthers their creepy agenda, the evangelical agenda. Mike, now here's how it relates to Mike Johnson. Thank you so much. And I know I need to probably update my gift goal and stuff. I will while I'm talking. House Speaker, and if you don't know, he's the Speaker of the House. He's a wacko evangelical conservative, lives in the basement. Yes, you heard right. Mike Johnson is living in the basement of the townhouse, paying fair market value. That's his justification for why he's not doing something wrong. He says that he's paying fair market value, and so it's fine. Wait, your live goal you said if you modify the GIF. I'm trying. I'm sorry. TikTok is telling me over and over to do something. I'm attempting to do it, and then they're stopping. Let me update this gift goal so they'll stop telling me to. Okay. Did it. Okay, so he's living in the basement. He denies discussing legislation or policy with Berger. Previously worked at a conservative nonprofit and has limited personal wealth. So yeah, this is shady AF. Lee Beaman is the guy that owns the townhouse, right? Wealthy Republican donor and car dealership magnate, owns the townhouse through Crockett Ventures LLC, donated millions to Republican causes, including Trump's campaign, the Heritage Foundation, and the House Freedom Caucus. That's who Lee Beaman gives his wealth to. Dan Bishop, who's a conservative congressman. If you don't know Dan Bishop, look, is he from North Carolina? Is Dan Bishop a representative from North Carolina? I think he might be. Someone look up where Dan Bishop is from. He might be North Carolina. Oh, it's real deep. It's like the family. It's super creepy. If ProPublica is reporting on it, he is. See, and I didn't even remember that. I just guessed. Yeah. So Dan Bishop is from North Carolina. He's a conservative congressman recently nominated for deputy director. So listen, of the Office of Management and Budget. Deputy director, let me think, of the Office of Management and Budget. Who's running the Office of Management and Budget? Oh yeah, Christian nationalist whack job Russ Vogt, who is the author of Project 2025, who wrote the section on consolidating power in the executive branch. Dan Bishop reportedly lived in the townhouse in 2023. This is the creepiest cult ever. Close ties to Berger and the Influence campaign. Steve Berger's wife, actively involved in the Influence campaign, focuses on building relationships with the congressional wives. So the wife you saw in that clip, she goes after the other wives and sticks her weird culty claws in them and then lures them to the townhouse. The townhouse is in an upscale DC neighborhood near the U.S. Capitol, frequented by lobbyists and corporate attorneys, previously owned by abolitionist Frederick Douglass. So it's famous, and later housed the Smithsonian Museum of African Art. It's a 6-bedroom townhouse, 4 levels, Second Empire style townhouse these are my own notes. Berger's influence campaign to influence members of Congress to translate religious teachings into policy, host Bible study sessions with senators, representatives, and congressional aides, builds relationships with influential conservative politicians and their spouses, claims to have inspired legislation through personal interaction with lawmakers, policy advocacy, supported bills to make it easier to fire federal employees and reduce fuel efficiency standards. Sound familiar? Signed a letter post-2020 election declaring Trump the rightful winner. Oh, makes sense. And calling for Congress to overturn the results. Advised lawmakers to view the Russia-Ukraine war through a biblical lens. Sounds dumb. Ethical and legal concerns. So the rent payment. They went to Mike Johnson. They're like, what do you have to say about this? He's like, I pay fair market value to live in this weird evangelical cult house, so it's fine. Berger's nonprofit does not clearly disclose its funding or whether it pays for the use of the townhouse. Berger's close relationships with lawmakers raise questions about the separation of church and state and why the churches don't have to pay taxes. Sorry, that's just me filling that in. I'm just trying to see if there's many. Anyways, you can read this article. This is just another example of Republicans and conservatives and evangelicals not paying taxes and doing things that are absolutely conflicts of interest. Mike Johnson is living in this weird ass cult house. And I was asking DeepSeek, which is a 42-year-old man in China who's outdoing all of our AI products in the US, to just sum up the article. And this is what it said. The article reveals a complex web of political, religious, and financial connections centered around a single townhouse in Washington, D.C. Berger's influence campaign, backed by wealthy donors like Beeman, has successfully embedded itself within the highest levels of the Republican Party, raising significant ethical and transparency concerns. The involvement of high-profile figures like Mike Johnson and Dan Bishop underscores the campaign's reach and impact. Yeah, look it up. If you haven't heard of The Family, it's a documentary. I'd suggest watching it. This is like The Family Take Two. Again, this is the guy with Mike. This is Mike Johnson's like, I'm just paying rent at a place. With your weird cult leader? Cool. We listened to that clip. And this is a guy from TikTok. Again, you can see it. His name is CToast1. If you want to follow him. And I guess he made more videos about the article. So I'll just give you an example. Again, it's Toast 1 if you want to follow him. But here's just his first video he made about the article, which I kind of find funny because it does say this stuff. Listen to the article. If you don't think it sounds culty, listen to someone else explain what some things in the article.
My. Speaker Mike Johnson has very interesting living quarters in D.C. He's living at the home of Steve Berger, an evangelical pastor who in 2021 set off on an ambitious project. His stated goal, minister to members of Congress so that what they learn is then translated into policy. His base of operations would be a 6-bedroom, $3.7 million townhouse blocks from the U.S. Capitol. Recently, the pastor scored a remarkable coup for a political influence project that has until now managed to avoid public scrutiny. He got a new roommate. Guess who? Little Speaker Mikey Johnson. Johnson has been staying at the home since around the beginning of the year, according to interviews and videos obtained by ProPublica. And as a side note, highly recommend reading them. They're doing great work. The house is owned by a major Republican donor and Tennessee car magnate who has joined Berger in advocating for and against multiple bills before Congress. That would be Lee Beeman in Nashville, Tennessee. Berger has attacked the separation of church and state as a delusional lie and called multinational institutions demonic. In sermons and on social media, Berger has mentioned some of the topics he's discussed with Johnson and other members of Congress. Since the beginning of the year, videos and interviews show Johnson has regularly left the house in the mornings and returned in the evening. One day that Johnson was there recently, Berger was also at the home, opening the front door barefoot in pajama bottoms.
What now? Mike Johnson's like, I never see him. The reason that matters is because Mike Johnson's like, oh, we never see each other. I don't know. He's never there. He's opening the GD door in pajama bottoms barefoot. Like, this is a cult none of us should ever want to know anything about or be anywhere near. It's Mike Johnson, some creepy other dude. Like, what in... Hey, here's the thing. If you want to lobby the U.S. government, you need to register as a lobbyist or a foreign agent acting on behalf of some other government, and you need to pay taxes. These are churches getting involved in politics who pay no taxes.
A spokesperson for Johnson said that the speaker pays fair market value in monthly rent for the portion of the Washington, D.C. townhome that he occupies. He did not answer a question about how much Johnson is paying. House ethics rules allow members of Congress to live anywhere as long as they are paying fair market rent.
In case anyone's curious, Mikey J is staying in some sort of weird evangelical cult house where the point is literally to indoctrinate politicians and influence their votes and their creation of policy to help and further the goals of the evangelical right and specifically Christian nationalism. Nothing to worry about. I don't see why any of us. Oh yeah, and here's his name. This is who made that video, and I think he made other videos on the subject. If you're interested in following him, the letter C, Toast, the number 1. I did not know who he was before I saw that video. Oh my gosh. And I love Randy Weingarten. If you don't know who Randy Weingarten is, oh God, I'm going to get the acronym. Is it the American Federation of Teachers? Is that right? Am I getting it wrong? It's the largest, I think, teachers union. She also was a teacher for years and years and years. She's a lawyer. She's a labor lawyer. I mean, you want to see somebody with an absolutely amazing resume. Randy Weingarten is one of the most amazing people I've ever had the pleasure of loving and following. And I'll remind you guys, if you don't remember, this is the woman who was subpoenaed to testify in front of Congress, and Marjorie Taylor Greene attacked her and said because she's a lesbian who has a partner, who it's not her children, right? She's a stepmother. It's her partner is the biological mother of the children, that she's not really a mother. Does anyone remember this? This happened in 2023. It was a huge deal. Marjorie basically said, well, you're not a mother. Yeah, that's if you can remember this is Randi Weingarten. She's the head of the American Federation of Teachers. Yeah, so I just want to jog your memory if you don't remember who she is. She's a genius. But Trump is trying to dismantle the Department of Education, which he kind of backtracked on, right? He was like full steam ahead beginning of last week. They were going to try to use Congress and or just defund it. And then the backlash he was getting was so bad that they've kind of like backtracked a little bit on it. But I love Katie Fang. Katie Fang is one of the people whose shows is going away on MSNBC at the end of this month. She is a former federal prosecutor. She's amazing. She had a Saturday show on MSNBC. It's one of the ones they're getting rid of along with Joy Reid. So she was talking about, Randi Weingarten is talking about the Department of Education. And God, she's so smart. And if you've ever wondered specifically, what is the Department of Education? What does it do? How effed up is Trump for trying to do all this? This is like the best teaching tool ever.
Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers. Randi, I'm a huge fan of all teachers. I think teachers are underpaid, underappreciated, undervalued. But now it goes a step further. They're trying to eliminate the existence of the Department of Education. Why, if it doesn't make a difference you're a Republican or a Democrat, is dismantling the DOE going to be such a disaster for our country?
So first, it's a disaster symbolically as much as it's a disaster in reality. Think about a country whose president basically says as their first acts, I'm getting rid of education. What does that say about the future? What does that say about, take all the things that Republicans believe in, entrepreneurship, ingenuity, creativity. How do you say to a country, I'm getting rid of the one department, the smallest department in the federal government, the Department of Education? Now, on the facts, this is what the Department of Education does.
Yes.
It is about opportunity. Forget about all these other words. What the Department of Education does, sorry, I am a civics teacher.
Yeah.
LBJ, 1950s, he was a teacher in Texas of disproportionately Mexican American children. And he saw them come into his elementary school without shoes, in total poverty, but they saw the school as their salvation. And what he brought to the White House with him, that was part of the war on poverty. White kids, black kids, Mexican American kids, was let's find ways to level up opportunity, to give kids food, to give kids tutors for literacy, to have paraprofessionals, to have reading specialists, to lower class sizes, have federal money to do that. The same in terms of kids with disabilities, IDEA, have federal money so that kids with disabilities are not in the basement anymore. So it's federal money that disproportionately goes to red states. That actually is opportunity. So when somebody says DEI, it's opportunity. It's so we can create that ladder of opportunity. It's so we can make sure that kids can succeed. Poor kids, kids with disabilities, kids who want to go to career tech ed, kids who are first generation college goers to get some scholarship money. That's what the Department of Education does. And that's why you're seeing across the country people saying 90% of the kids in America go to public schools.
Yes.
They know what Title I is. They know what IDEA is. The federal government does not control education. The states do. Local school boards do. This is about opportunity. That is why so many people are so mad about it because they're just taking opportunity away from kids that don't have it. So kids of billionaires, they have it. They go to private schools. Everyone else, 90%, go to public schools. Don't take away their opportunity.
So let's stay on the facts.
Sorry.
No,
I'm
do
really
not
angry
apologize.
about this.
No, because this
I'm
is what
really
people
angry.
need to hear.
I taught kids in Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, New York. Virtually all of them got Title I funds. I taught AP Gov. One of the things that they just cut was the We the People competition, which was taught in ruby red districts like Van Wert, Ohio, and deep blue districts like my district. Why, if we need civics, would you cut the We the People competition? It's $11 million. Why would you do that?
Because they want the people to be ignorant. They want the people to not have a proper basis of education, and they want to make sure that the disadvantaged stay disadvantaged, which is why what you said is important for us to reiterate here too. The Department of Education does not control the curriculum of your kid's school.
No, in fact,
it's local. It's local and state.
In fact, again, some facts.
Yes.
In 2015, right before Donald Trump became president the first time, there was a bipartisan coalition that got the Education, the Elementary and Secondary Act changed. So the Department of Education controls virtually nothing. It basically, your local school board and the state education department of your state control everything from curriculum to graduation requirements. The department is a supplement. It helps deal with opportunity to help level things up.
So let's also stay on the facts. Trump can't just do this. Linda McMahon cannot just get rid of the DOE. It takes Congress to be able to approve this measure. What is the AFT doing right now to try to protect against those types of moves?
So, we have Congress is going to be extraordinarily important on any number of issues in the next few weeks. One, there's the budget issues.
Yep, next
Two,
week.
It's next year's budget issues. So what we're seeing Speaker Johnson doing and Donald Trump doing and Elon Musk doing is basically taking a hatchet to opportunity. So if you combined the federal funding for education that basically goes to poor kids and to kids with disabilities, with Medicaid funding, with food assistance, you're basically saying that the entire 21st century and the middle of the 20th century should basically be pushed back to what we had in the 19th century. That all the things that we've done to level up opportunity, to make sure that families can eat, to make sure that families have medical care, to make sure that families have this education opportunity fillers. That's what Congress has to do. They have to be the bulwark. They have to keep that. So yes, we're going to go to Congress and say, don't give up the Department of Education. It takes 60 votes in the Senate to do it. But equally important is looking at the whole thing to say what we did from FDR on is to say every family in America should have a shot. And we're to level it up to make sure that they have that shot so they can have their American dream. Yes, the billionaires should have their American dream, but we need to have fairness and growth in the economy. We need both. And so we're going to Congress to basically say, don't gut education funding and don't gut the entity that actually makes sure that things are fair.
Randi Weingarten, on behalf of my 10-year-old daughter, on behalf of me as I sit here and I remember the names of all of my teachers that were there to give me a helping hand, I want to say thank you. Thank you for caring for all the kids, no matter who they are and where they are, and for making sure that they have a future.
Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy.
Love this woman. I cannot. She's amazing. Doing the Lord's effing work. That is the truth. So I love this woman. And now I'm going to remind you guys who she is and how disgusting margarine is. And again, just to review, and I know I've gone over this and talked about it, but that is the truth from a civics teacher who taught her whole life, she's a lawyer. She runs the American Federation of Teachers, the largest teachers union in the country. What does the Department of Education do? It's attempting to stop the, Jim Crow era of segregation that funds our public schools. And if you don't know what I mean by that, right? One of the ways that they decided, how are we going to keep poor Black and brown people down? How are we going to make sure we retain our power, right? And one of the ways was by how they fund public education. It goes through property taxes. So we have certain public schools, and you can all imagine this in your state, right? When you're from a poor area and you get bused to go to play a sports game at another high school, and you're like, wow, this looks like a mall. Like, this looks like an airport. Why is my school so crappy and this school so nice? Because public schools are funded off property taxes, right? And the Department of Education attempts to level the playing field, right? It provides funding for IEPs, for different disabilities. It's attempting to fund underfunded districts in poor areas. It provides free school lunches and things like that. And I didn't even remember her saying that part when she was talking about LBJ was a teacher predominantly in Texas of Hispanic kids who would come to school without shoes on. If I could describe, that's what happened to me when I was a student teacher. I had a kid who all that he had was soccer cleats. He was like an Algerian refugee, and I bought him shoes. I mean, that's what teachers do. And I think she did a beautiful job of describing why Trump would be out to dismantle the Department of Education. The point is to ruin equality, to ruin opportunities for equity, right? It's to prop up rich people and corporations. This is the smallest department in the federal government. The budget is next to nothing in the scheme of things. It's not going to save anyone money. And in the long term, it will cripple our economy. If we do not I can tell you, I had kids when I was a teacher. If they didn't make it for that muffin and that carton of milk in the morning, they weren't eating until lunch. And I knew when they went home, they were not going to be eating again until the next day when I saw them, right? When we would have standardized testing, like I would use my money to get the kids snacks because I knew their brains weren't going to work. If we don't help educate our next generations of Americans, what is the future of America, right? And that's what they don't care about. This is how diluted MAGA is, because this is not just brown and Black kids, right? This is white kids in rural areas. Who are the first people affected by this? Who do school vouchers hurt? It hurts rural public schools. There's no private schools. If you don't have the extra money, I said I've gone through this on the broadcast on Tuesdays many times, right? 97% of the people using school vouchers in Arizona are upper middle class white children. Because if you're poor, who cares about a school voucher, right? Where are private schools? In nice areas. Your parents are working 3 jobs. Do you have a ride to the nice area? Can you afford to pay? It doesn't cover all your tuition. It doesn't cover your food, right? That's the point. School vouchers take money out of public schools and further help to paralyze and keep lower middle class, poor people down. That's all Trump's doing, is shitting on all of us. And actually, here, Joanna, perfect timing, because I want to look for this clip. I just want to give you guys an example while Joanna's talking. I'm going to find it. I know I have it, and I've showed it to you before, but this is not just about hurting brown and Black kids and disabled children. It's not just that. I've showed this video of a teacher in Kentucky who voted. She's a principal in Kentucky, crying, being like, "Oh, I didn't know it was going to be my kids." Sorry, Joanna, go ahead. I'll find the video.
Oh no, you're fine. I was gonna coming up to reiterate that point, like when did college costs first started going up? When black people were actually allowed to go to school with the white kids. We would have universal health care if they weren't so upset that black people and Hispanic people would be getting the same thing that they feel should be just for them. Like, it's not just hurting people who don't look like you. And the dark enlightenment crowd, if you don't know what that is, maybe you should go look that up too. Do not care about poor people of any race at all. It's all for the rich people, the rich white people specifically. But yeah, Elon and Peter Thiel, the ideology that they espouse is not just about the hand salutes that they keep saying we're just, my heart goes out to you bullshit. It's also about the fact that they feel like only rich white people should have access to any good things. And everybody else, yes, we're talking to you, Kentucky. Yes, we're talking to you, Trailer Park, Arkansas. Yes, we're talking to you, West Virginia, with your dumb asses because you're still dumb. Everybody that's not rich white men, they do not care about. It's going to hurt everybody if everybody doesn't get it the fuck together. That's enough for that. We're still doing okay on the taps. We should have been at 500K, so I need y'all to get the taps up. Get the shares up as well. We're at 506, but we could be doing better in that area too. I've seen a lot of you ask, where's this information? I don't know where to find it. Who's this on the screen? 15,000 times, which is why I had to copy and paste and pin that man's name 15,000 times in the chat. All of this information is in the Discord. Join us over there. We have the outlines over there for the people's receipts and for the broadcast. Y'all better tune in tomorrow. If you don't, then when we come back for the people's receipts on Wednesday, I'm going to cuss you out because the broadcast is phenomenal. But all the information is in the outlines, which are found in the Discord. Not sure what numbers everything are, but all of the information is great. Just look through it and you'll find the information that you want. Also, if you haven't subscribed on YouTube, the replays are there. So make sure that you're subscribing over there too. If you want to become a member over there, we love that. If you want to subscribe over here, we love that. Fun fact, if you're on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free with your Amazon Prime account. We love if you do that as well. Join us everywhere because we love Felice. She's gorgeous and her brain is super attractive as well. Make sure that you're sharing the live. Make sure that you're getting those taps up. We're at 432,000. Yep, keep going. I need y'all to tap it. Tap in rage, tap in delight. We love our teachers. Like, my mom has been an educator. A lot of you know I've said it since I was 3. I'm 37, gonna be 38 soon. She's never gotten paid what she should have. Teachers already don't get paid enough. And now they're trying to continue to dismantle it. And people, well, what does the Department of Education do? Kids aren't educated as it is. That's because they keep defunding it. I need people to pay attention, and I need y'all to pay attention while we're tapping the screen and sharing the live. Also, best way to support Felice, send a little coinage to her Cash App or Venmo. It's at A Girl Has No Name. It's on the screen. Love you guys so much. Keep tapping. Back to the show.
Thank you so much, Joanna. You're amazing. I feel like I'm almost about to find this clip. I really want to find this clip of this woman. I know it's on ABC News and she's from the backwoods of Kentucky and she's like, oh, I'm a teacher and I voted for, or well, she's a principal of an underprivileged school, an administrator as we call them now. And she's like, I didn't know this was going to affect my students, which it's absolutely a crime. I feel like I have to be so close. I know it's like one of these next videos that I don't want to stop looking. Because it took me this whole time to get here. I probably could find it faster another day. But I've been scrolling, and I know I'm almost there. This is gonna drive me nuts. Sorry. Once I have it in my head, I want to find something. It's hard for me to stop looking because it's such a good example of an F around and find out video of like, it is not dismantling the Department of Education. That's why I decided to work with the Back 40 PAC. It's because people need to grasp this is not going to just be black and brown people. It is schools in poor areas, in predominantly white rural areas that will no longer have funding. Oh gosh, I know it's here. Sorry. Well, actually, I think I'm just going to give up on that. Find it. I'll find it another time. I'm sure somebody else could help. Probably knows what I'm talking about. MAGA teachers in red states. Oh, maybe please tell me it was not that simple. I really hope I just typed that in and then I found, oh my God. Okay. I found it. Hold on. I cannot believe after all of that scrolling, I typed in MAGA teachers to my like outlines and I found it here. I'm just sending it to myself so I can, give me 1 second. Just texting it to myself. But it's worth the watch, trust me. And actually, before I show you that, I'm going to remind you of why I can't stand margarine. So remember, this is Randi Weingarten. She runs a teachers union. She's the largest teachers union in America. She's a lawyer. She's a lifelong teacher. I was looking up the clip because I was like, I'm not going to play this clip without reminding people what is wrong with Marjorie Taylor Greene and what she did to Randi Weingarten, because it's not. So remember, and I don't even know why Randi Weingarten I think they subpoenaed her because Marjorie hates her. This was like a subcommittee Marjorie was on, and they were trying to say that like due to school closures because of COVID, and teachers, they were trying to blame the teachers union for like, I guess, complaining about their safety. And they were trying to say that it was Randi Weingarten's fault why children were like behind in like reading and math, even though Republicans want to dismantle. And then we can now see that's complete bullshit. But I just oh my gosh, did I not put, yeah. If you want to look up Green faces pushback after saying Weingarten is not a mother, if you want to remember what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, is this not in my presentation? Hold on, let me find the clip. Oh, I'm not in the presentation. I am. I need to leave it. Give me 1 second. I'll find this clip and then I will find, or I already have the other one found. I just need to open it. Here it is. Prepare to remind yourself how gross Margarine is as a human being in general.
Are you a medical doctor?
I am not.
Are you a mother?
I am a mother by marriage.
By marriage, I see.
And my wife is here with me, so I'm really glad that she's here. Sharon Klein.
Ms. Weingarten, what I'd like to talk about is your recommendations to the CDC as not a medical doctor, not a biological mother, and really not a teacher.
Not a biological mother is the most disgusting thing. So all you stepmothers, anyone who's ever adopted a child, anyone who has done the work, or just being Margarine is the most disgusting human.
Either. So what you did is you advised the CDC.
Mr. Chairman, that's
excuse me, this is my time. The problem is people like you need to admit that you're just a political activist, not a teacher, not a mother, and not a medical.
Well, she's a lifetime teacher, so I don't really know what the F you're talking about. Like, what could you possibly be talking about other than the fact you can't read?
Doctor.
Gentlelady's time is expired.
Yeah.
And now recognize Mr. Jordan from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make note that the decorum of the attacks on the witness were unacceptable that the gentlelady from Georgia just did. And so it'd be nice if we didn't attack the witnesses, particularly whether making a decision about whether or not she's a mother. You are a mother. Thank you for being a great parent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your point of order is recognized, Mr. Garcia.
A point of order.
Now recognize Mr.
Point of order. Given that his point of order is recognized, and given that that was not just cruel personal attacks to Ms. Weingarten, who loves her children, it is reflective of the cruel personal attacks to any adopted mother or father who love their children. So I would kindly ask that those remarks be taken out of the record, for the sake of all of the parents who have adopted a child and love them dearly and see them as their own.
It was not a violation of the House rules. However, your point of order is recognized.
Yeah, so just a reminder of how disgusting Margarine is as a human in Dreadroll, in case you forgot. Now, let me find this clip I also want to show you that I just sent to myself of an F around and find out moment. If you think, because I know there's probably MAGA listening and they're thinking, oh, we can further disenfranchise Black and brown people by shutting down the Department of Education. That's great. We should do that. No. It's not just going to hurt Black and brown people. So you can get that out of your not so giant brains right now. It will also hurt white people in rural, and particularly in rural areas, which this really bothers me because as a teacher, what
kind of poverty are you talking about?
Hold on one second. What it takes to fund schools like this, it's just shocking to me. Here, I'm trying to make this smaller. Hold on. I don't know. Okay, there we go. I was like, is it locked? This is the woman who's going to be interviewed, and a man. But it's shocking to me. They're from East Kentucky, coal country, which is one of the most oppressed economies in the country, predominantly white children at the school. And she's basically saying, I voted for Trump, but I didn't know any of this would affect me. But as a former teacher, I don't understand how she could say this, because what it takes to apply for grants, right? What you're trying to do is up the money per child, right, in a school. And what it takes in order to do that is to apply to the Department of Education for funding, and using the logic of I'm in a depressed economy. So it's very hard for me to understand as an administrator that she could possibly not understand what could happen if the Department of Education went away. I also think she just I don't know, but just watch and be disgusted.
What kind of poverty are you talking about with some of these kids?
You're going to...
I would be confident in saying that when they leave on Friday, they may not eat again until Monday.
Every year of her 28 years as an educator here, Blankenship fought for every dollar for her kids. A third of all of Bell County, Kentucky school district funding in 2021 came from federal sources. So this district is listening as incoming President Donald Trump pledges this.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
Trump won this state. In Bell County, 84% voted for Trump, yet it deeply relies on federal funding. A CNN analysis found the 15 states that most rely on federal funding for its public schools in 2022 all voted for Trump.
And I voted for President Trump.
I mean, you're an educator. You didn't vote for Trump eliminating federal funds.
No,
here.
I did not vote for that. I voted for President Trump to make America first again and to improve our lives.
Do you believe that he would cut funding?
I do not think that's what the voters want. If we have federal cuts, then that's going to mean bigger classroom sizes. I would lose teachers, first and foremost. It's devastating.
I don't think that anyone in our county wants to cut our school funding. I don't think that anyone voted for that.
Do you mind if I ask who you voted for in the election?
I voted for Donald Trump.
A lot of people didn't see this.
Sorry. These people, I cannot. These people are real life people. I voted for Donald. I don't think this is what President Trump thought. No, this is exactly what he wanted. This is it. This is what you all voted for. Rural Kentucky is to defund your own schools, right? The federal thank you. I think it was Gumps who said the Department of Education is 4% of the entire federal budget, right? So, and again, if we fire every federal worker, that's 8%. That's still nothing. It won't save us from anything and will cripple upward mobility. It will ensure more people will be on welfare. More people will not be able to take care of themselves and their families. That's the reason we invest in education, is to give people upward mobility and ensure that we aren't then years and decades later taking care of these people, right? Even if only one person gets to college in a family, that provides upward mobility that makes them less reliant on the social safety net. You guys can do this math. It's a statistical analysis that you can look into. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Bruce Wayne's mother. I love that name, by the way. You can't be an educator for 30 years and not know this. I know. And it's like, I know. I was a teacher for like 4 years. Like, I didn't even need to be a teacher that long. The scars of student teaching in the poorest district in Arizona, where I was student teaching in a classroom. There was supposed to be a teacher in there. There was no teacher in there. I had 45 students. I was student teaching. There was 4 languages being spoke in a 2nd grade classroom. Just that experience. I cried in my car every single day. So it's very hard for me to understand how that woman's like, I voted for America first. I don't understand how you could be a teacher. It's just, yeah, imagine 45 6 to 9-year-olds, like, because... and it's 4 languages. You tell me how you teach them what you're supposed to teach them. Like, I don't know. But, I didn't. I cried. I mean, I've never been sicker. I've literally it was the worst year of my life. And then I taught for like 3 or 4 more years and I was like, never mind. This is not cool. But since we're here on X, second puzzle piece. Gosh, time flies when you're having fun. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 500K. And since the algorithm has worked for us, sometimes Elmo does good things. And it looks like I love Brian Baez. You guys love him too. I've showed you guys many times who he is. We pretty much, most of us are following him. It's at Mentally Divine. Joanna, could you pin that? Because I know people are going to hear him and be like, I love this man. How do I follow him? I'll put it in the chat once. I'm trying to make sure here. This is he's on TikTok. I just posted. That's his handle. His name is Brian Baez, but the at Mentally Divine, I just put it in the chat. I can't pin things from TikTok Studio though. So anyways, it looks like this is a video he made an hour ago about the failing economy. So after being let down by that stuff about the Department of Education, he will make us smile. You guys can't see what I just typed into the chat? Well, I can see it. Hold on. Let me see. I can't believe that could possibly be real. Oh my gosh. You guys can't see what I've been. Do you guys know how many times I've typed into the chat today? That explains a lot. I have probably wrote like 20 things in the chat and I've been like, this is very weird. I don't know. That hasn't been forever, right? You guys can sometimes see what I write. Is that just a today thing? Maybe that's a glitch or something. Oh, that's spelled wrong, Heidi. Divine, Divine. Man, I can't even believe that. That's crazy. Somebody needs to pin. It's at Mentally Divine. Spelled correctly, no spelling things, but let's listen to Brian because he's amazing. I think it might be just a glitch because now that you guys are saying that, the first time I tried to type in the chat, some weird thing said, I don't even know what it said, and I didn't know, so I just closed it.
Our company, from our country, from an economic standpoint.
I need you to understand, when he says shit like this is not a mistake. He's really saying that our country should be run like his company. And mind you, reporters are still writing shit like this. Trump's business acumen has long been his armor. It's being put to the test. Oh, I'm sorry, was it not put to the test when he bankrupted 6 casinos and hotels? And how about when he bankrupted those casinos and resorts, how 400 employees lost millions of dollars in retirement savings? Or how about that great business acumen that gives you the great judgment of hiring somebody on your team? Someone who bought Twitter for $44 billion and then devalued it 80%. Or how about that great business acumen that when you work with small business owners, you never paid them in full? And if his cult following still doesn't want to believe that, because we knew about his bankruptcies, we knew he didn't pay small business owners, we knew he took money out of people's lives. Why don't we check out his fucking business acumen decisions now? Economists literally warned that Trump was an agent of chaos and confusion and that tariffs would fucking tank the economy. And lo and behold, the stock market just plunged 1,000 points and a recession is looming. If you're like me and don't think that the stock market is a really good indicator of how the economy is doing, how about we look at other shit? How about we look at all the tariffs that he's trying to put in place and how that's making grocery prices go up? How about we look at the thousands of people that have been fired by DOGE indiscriminately? How about the 83,000 veterans that are about to be fired? People who sacrificed their life for this country who are going to now be fired because you don't see them as valuable. And those same veterans who now will have no income to buy food to feed their families. How about this great business acumen? Trump fired 1,000 national park workers, which raised concerns about the maintenance and operating hours. For context, in 2023, the national parks contributed a record $55.6 billion to the U.S. economy and supported 415,000 jobs. It brought in $55 billion, but it only takes $3 billion to maintain and upkeep it. That's over $50 billion in revenue that he's stopping. Not only that, how about this great business acumen decision? He just fired thousands of IRS employees. The IRS collects revenue for the government. So not only will your refund check be delayed, but $100 billion will be lost in the government. Maybe the best demonstration for him having great business acumen is this. They're lying to you when they say they're going to cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, education, and food stamps, that it's going to save the country money. As a matter of fact, all these spending cuts are going to hurt the economy and, most importantly, the Republican base. Because economists say that for every $1 billion in SNAP benefits, we generate $1.54 billion in GDP growth for the entire economy. And it supports 13,000 jobs. Cutting these programs would not only deepen food insecurity and worsen health outcomes, but also impose extended costs on taxpayers by increasing the demand for emergency services and public assistance. And here's the real kicker. White working class voters overwhelmingly supported Trump and Republican candidates in recent elections, but they stand to lose the most from the Medicaid and SNAP cuts, as low-income white Americans are the biggest group of the recipients. So yeah, if he thinks this is his company, get ready for another bankruptcy.
Oh, wait, let's see if I can't hear. I just remembered. I'm on the internet though. Yeah, it's at Mentally Divine, spelled correctly. Like, it's not that. Here, but I'm going to pull up his actual page really quick. This is his page on X. I can't enlarge it though, but you can screenshot it and enlarge it yourself. It's Mentally Divine, spelled exactly like those words are spelled. MENTALLYDIVINE. Or you can look up Brian Baez and his name will, thank you. Oh, Sue pinned it. Thank you, Sue. Amazing. Appreciate you so much. Let me go back to the presentation. But yeah, I mean, that's the reality. It's the same. And we've talked a lot about this. Trump's, anytime you hear who was it? I think it's Rick Scott. He was on CNN this morning, which that's a clip I want to show you. Maybe I'll start there. Saying, oh yeah, I'm tired of wasting money on medical research and listing examples of medical research. Well, we know for every tax dollar we spend on medical research, we make $2.46. That's called revenue positive. So you can lie to the American people, right? And I showed you guys a graph the other day of the IRS. That is, for every dollar we invest, right, up to the highest tax bracket, we make $6 and something back. For every tax dollar we invest in the IRS, we make money. So I don't want to say that I don't think Republicans know that. I think they're liars. I think Republicans don't want to pay their own taxes. They don't want high-level forensic audits going on. So they are defunding the IRS. They have the man running the IRS is not even a H&R Block accountant. He runs a putt-putt golf place. He is a veritable non-mother effing factor. Who said that? I can't remember who said that, but it was one of the funniest things. Sorry, I'm about to show you guys a funny clip. Well, not a funny clip. Well, I guess it is funny. I'm going to show you this clip from Lara Trump. I talked to you guys about this, how she got a show on Fox because nepotism. She has no other qualifications, and you'll see that. Well, she had Sean Duffy, he's the new Pete Buttigieg, D-list washed up reality star. Sean Duffy, formerly on the Real World Boston, then went to Fox News and now is running the Department of Transportation with no qualifications. But he did, in his own defense, as I was telling you guys on Friday and acting out, he did back Marco Rubio in the fight with Elmo, right? And we're trying to refuse to fire more air traffic controllers and all this and that. So listen to Lara Trump and her hard-hitting question to Sean Duffy. Oh, sorry. I forgot I left the presentation. It's muted.
Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary. Thank you. We're here in the command center.
Yes.
This is very cool. Did you ever think when you were on the set of The Real World, when you were on the set of Fox News, that here you would be as a member of the president's cabinet?
I think this is the best job of all the federal government. And actually, he has said, if I could pick one department that I would like to be the secretary of, if not the president, would be transportation.
Oh, wow.
So again, we build things, we make sure people lives are better. They move through traffic and move through the air more quickly. They get home to their families more quickly. So yeah, this is I think one of the greatest places I could be in government. Again, because we have such impact on people's lives.
And they said Pete Buttigieg was unqualified. Can I just say, Pete Buttigieg is highly intelligent. What the F is this? Don't ever talk to me again when the only qualification for conservatives is, hey, we have to protect white, mediocre male fragility. That's our one requirement. Don't talk to me about who's qualified. None of you are. You are all embarrassing. But I just thought I was going to review for you what I was talking about how finally Lil Marco stood up to Elmo, and they got in a fight in that cabinet meeting. But then I found this, again, if you want to follow this man, because I didn't know who he was previously, his TikTok account is Tour E Show. TOUR, letter E, show. All right, so I'm just saying, if you want, screenshot this now. That's his account, and I'll just have him review what happened in that meeting, because he actually did a really good summary. I know Sean is a DEI hire. I mean, I don't know if he. Well, for which reason? What is Sean a DEI hire to you? Because what I'm saying is to conservatives, mediocre white men are an endangered species. It appears to be they're trying to protect. And I do think technically Sean falls into the unqualified mediocre white male category. And I do think that is why he got the job, right? And I was talking about this, Trump is he's like a casting agent. Trump isn't qualified to be president. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't understand what he's doing either. So, I mean, he's just trying to grift and enrich himself. So I just think Trump is when I close my eyes, who's the best for the role? That's why I think for the role. Not who is qualified to do the job. He's who can do the best impression of if I was casting someone in the role. Who would I like to look at on TV? And of course, you have to be a mediocre, unqualified white man. Preferably, also, you need to have essayed someone or been credibly accused of covering up essay. That seems to also be something that will get you really to the top of the list. But I don't know that Sean Duffy ever did that. I'm just saying, like, if you have essayed someone, been credibly accused of it, or covered up someone else's essay, that is how you shoot to the top of the mediocre YT man hiring list. Oh, I guess I did it twice. Okay, that was just a screenshot. I was like, what is happening?
Absolutely wild story out of the White House. Another wild shouting match? Is this Real House Husbands of DC or an actual functioning White House? So there was a big cabinet meeting, lots of secretaries, Musk, Rubio, and of course Trumpy was there. And Elon Musk, vice president and deadbeat dad, starts screaming at Marco Rubio, Secretary of State and human houseplant. Musk says Rubio's not firing enough people. And he says Rubio is good on TV, as if that's some dig. Read the room, motherfucker. How do you think Trump got into the presidency? Rubio yelled back that Musk was lying. He had fired a bunch of people. So finally, Trumpy gets in and takes control of the situation, which is completely out of control, and says Rubio is indeed good on TV. But he also reined in Musk, saying, hey, from now on, you're not going to tell people who they have to fire. You will advise them, and the cabinet secretaries will actually decide who they fire. This is a significant demotion for Musk, an effective demotion, but a demotion nonetheless. And let's note that he was in the White House this time wearing a suit and tie, not the t-shirt that he's been rocking. So the wealth privilege and white privilege that he's been rocking, wearing that t-shirt, that seems to be waning. But there's more. Apparently, Vice President and deadbeat dad Musk also fought in this meeting with Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary and current Real World cast member. I say current because he's in a wild reality show right now, and he's finding out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real. Duffy yelled at Musk for wanting more cuts of air traffic controllers. He said, hey, I'm dealing with lots of plane crashes. I can't fire more people. Trump came in with a great suggestion. He said, hey, you got to hire 3 people from MIT and make sure they're all geniuses. The word of the day, boys and girls, is kakistocracy. Kakistocracy means government by the least competent members of the society. So
Kakistocracy is definitely, I mean, that is the word. I mean, that sums up our government, which it's like, if you told me Sean Duffy would be the only person that was willing, well, and in fairness, he did miss Doug Collins, the guy who is in charge of the Veteran Affairs Administration, which he put the least fight up, but there was a third, it was Lil Marco, then Sean Duffy. He did attack, he went after Elmo, and then Doug Collins is like, and you guys need to stop firing veterans. Like, speak louder, speak for the veterans, Doug. Do you have a spine? Oh, none of you have spines. When people stop, what is this? See what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real. We are like in a Truman Show experience where these people are going to like eat each other alive. Devin, thank you so much for the $100. You don't know what that means to me. Thank you for teaching me so much. That pretty much changes my life. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna cry. I will cry later. But yeah, did everyone get his name again? I didn't know who he was, thanks to the Elmo's algorithm is helping me find all these people. Tour E show. Again. Oh, no, wait. T hour each. Sometimes I'm always like, am I reading the words wrong? You know what I mean? I don't know, but screenshot, that's his name. He's a writer for Rolling Stone. Well, that explains why he's so funny. Because again, I just follow these accounts on X that help, like they, find really funny and really good TikTok videos. So that's how it helps me find all these funny people for us. Like I'm not finding them on TikTok. So I really don't know like who they are because they don't always say. Touré. Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, it's pronounced Touré.
Touré, yeah.
He used to have a show on MSNBC with Crystal Ball, who we also love because she has really good takes on stuff, and Ari Melber, who still has a show on MSNBC, and they wanted a conservative voice. So there was this lady, S.E. Cup, on there. I wanted to punch her in the face every time she said something. But all of them used to have a show together on MSNBC. But yeah, Touré is great. We're almost at 500K. Y'all should keep tapping the screen.
I've been saying that, like, can we please get to 550K? I now know you guys can't see my post, but that is what I was typing. Let's keep tapping the screen.
Absolutely keep tapping. But yeah, people were confused about how to say his name. It's pronounced Touré. I don't know if this is his real name or not. He actually he also interviews celebrities and stuff. But yeah, he's great and has been a political mind since my daughter was a baby. And we now know that she's 18. So it's been a while, Brian. But yeah, all of the sources, once again, the links to this information is in the Discord in the outline. Join the Discord. The link is in Felice's bio. If you can't find it, shout out to me. Send me a message. I got you. Keep tapping the screen. See, do I have to stay in the box and like scream at y'all every 5 minutes for a commercial break for y'all to tap the screen? Because when I'm up here, those yapping fingers get to tapping. Keep that same energy when I'm down there in the chat with y'all, okay? Love you.
Love you too. You're the best. Don't change for anyone. I just realized it's 5:20 and I have some things I need to do before I've got to go to sleep. But I wanted to show you this. Okay, so I have a couple more things I need to show you importantly. But do you guys remember this woman I keep telling you guys about? This is Trump. If Trump was an evangelical grifter, this is Trump's spirit animal. Like, the more I find these videos of Paula White, the more I'm like, oh, I get it. Now I understand why he chose her to run his, like, evangelical, weird, like, spiritual White House office. Because she's a giant grifter. And, so, like, what she does in Christianity is what Trump is doing every day in the White House. Their grifting is so intense. Like, this woman, and if you follow the broadcast and come on Tuesdays, again, if you don't know, the broadcast happens on Tuesdays. That's where we focus on how Trump policy is unaliving and hurting women and children. It starts a little earlier because Dr. Danny has a real job. So it's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And we've talked a lot about Paula White on there. But I just want to hear you. This is Trump's, like, White House spiritual advisor and the leader of, like, the White House evangelical. What is it called? The prosperity gospel. Like, she tells people to not pay their, like, power bill before they pay her money. Like, if Trump was a pastor, this is the kind of he would be yelling at his flock. Listen to this.
Here's what God is saying in this prophetic season. If you hold your peace, if you do not participate, if you hold back now, if you miss this moment, there will be enlargement and deliverance for God's people and His purposes. But God can't use you. He doesn't use spectators. He uses
God can't use you unless you send me $59.95. Like, what, Paula? God can't use you unless you let me use you. Let me use you so God can use you is my new favorite saying. I've never heard someone. Yeah, I don't know what that. I'm going to rewind so we can. I don't know why she's talking about enlargement. That also, like, I was like, are we in a Viagra commercial? Hey, God can't use you unless you all let me use you.
Here's what God is saying in this prophetic season. If you hold your peace, if you do not participate, if you hold back now, if you miss this moment, there will be enlargement and deliverance for God's people and His purposes. But God can't use you. He doesn't use spectators. He uses participators, people who say, yes, I partner with you, God, and through you, I'm being raised up for such a time as this. I declare, do not miss your moment. You're in a position for such a time as this. Go forward boldly into your destiny in the courage and the spirit of Esther. So what are you going to do? You see, I have to be obedient to God. And you must sacrifice in some way during this prophetic season, because it's through sacrifice that your spirit opens up so wide that you can receive divine direction. This is a deliverance seed that needs to be sown now, to be in position to see increase, to activate God's promises. And if you're able, I challenge you to sow $133 because we sow in accordance to the word. I love to get a word from God and put my faith with it. And 133 stands for Proverbs 133.
I love that she always has a scripture. I've watched so many of these clips of her now. Like, she always does this, like, oh, why do you have to send me $133 before you pay your light bill? Oh, because Proverbs 133. Like, God, these people are out of their ever-loving minds, and they're not kidding. I just want to be clear. The more I look into this, I want to find out. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just like, I kind of want to show you guys another clip of her. Because I feel like I've shown you guys so much information today that it can be a little bit overwhelming. So let me just show you guys some funny stuff. I want to show you guys some really disturbing things. Have you guys? Zero works for me. I know. I want to show you guys this clip where she literally starts screaming at people and telling them if they pay their power bill that they don't want the Lord to work through them, and that's selfish, so they will not be receiving any of the Lord's blessings. This woman's out of her mind. Here, don't worry, this is not going to take as long as last time. I just looked up which presentation all this is in. I just have to find the right number. Oh my gosh, none of these are even in 225. There it is. Oh my God, there's so many depressing things in this presentation. I just want to show you this. I'm trying to make you guys laugh, not depress you, but I guess you could take this either way because it is a little bit. Oh wait, do I only have one clip of her? Oh, I guess this isn't the presentation where I have all of them. I'll just show you one more because she's always talking about the same thing. She's a grifter. Like, every sermon she gives is always about, you owe me money, and if you want the Lord, she's a prophet of the Lord and you have to give her money or the Lord can't work through you. And where's her money? She's Trump. In a way, this one's even worse. Well, no, it's kind of the same. They're all the same.
You to sow $133 for Proverbs 133. But whoever listens to me will live in safety and be at ease without fear of harm. If you absolutely cannot join in sowing $133 for Proverbs 133, because I believe it's so important to stand on God's word, then sow your very best. As you sow a favor seed today of $52 or more, standing on Esther 5:2, for she obtained.
I'm going to start doing this. This is how we're doing it now. I'm starting the prosperity gospel in this live. What? Oh, you guys can't give me $133 because you need to pay your light bill? Well, sorry, then you have to give me $52. I love this. It's always the same. I'm noticing it's always these same numbers.
Or more. Standing on Esther 5:2, for she obtained favor in the king's sight. This is an act of faith, just like Queen Esther did, in reaching out to touch the top of the king's scepter in faith. In Esther chapter 5, verse 2, it's the chief place. It's the same thing as touching Jesus. Touch the top. And maybe you can stand with me and give a sacrificial offering to stand with Paul the White Ministry. I need you right now. And that sacrificial offering of $414 for Esther 4:14, for if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. God can open it up.
The Jews are gonna unalive if you don't have $400 and something. Is that what she just said? She literally not the Jews are not gonna make it without you sending her. Don't send it to the Jews now. Send it to this woman. Can somebody? That's what she said. Did you guys? That's what she said. I'm sorry. I'm just giving it to you straight. I'm pretty sure she said something bad's going to happen to the Jews unless you give me $414. That's what I heard.
Touch the top. And maybe you can stand with me and give a sacrificial offering to stand with Paul the White Ministry. I need you right now. And that sacrificial offering of $414 for Esther 4:14, for if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you...
Oh, and your family's gonna unalive. I'm sorry, I missed the thread about and your family will not make it unless you send $414. Thank you. This is Trump's, if you're wondering, this is Trump's White House spiritual advisor. She's the head of the White House Spiritual Advisory Council. He chose an even bigger grifter than him, which makes when Trump grows up, he aspires to be just like Paula White. Why stop? Oh, I'm sure she doesn't stop at 414. I'm sure she doesn't. These are only the clips I have. I have so many weird clips of this woman. I've made it my personality to have weird clips of her. But it's also kind of funny because other white male evangelical grifters are really mad that Trump I don't know how else to say it, so I'm just going to say it the only way I know how. Other white male evangelical grifters are jealous that Trump chose her as the head grifter. So they actually are full-time shitting on her. And they're she doesn't deserve this. You guys are all liars. But they're tearing her down with misogyny. So I'm almost wait, should I be supporting her? It's super confusing because it's she's actually, you can't win as a woman. They're all jealous of her. Let me just show you some. Let me see if I find. Oh, I found the. Hold on. Let me just show you a couple other things because if we're not gonna laugh, how are we gonna survive? And if you want to read about how wacko this woman really is, how do you get from the trailer park to a White House job? Give money to Trump's spiritual advisor. This is because she's been grifting alongside Trump since his first administration. This is one of the craziest articles ever. I suggest it. This is about her grifting from Trump's first administration, but it's a good one, man. You want to see who could rival Trump's grifting? Meet Paula White. She's pretty good at it. But let me just show you. I'm just going to show you some clips of Paula White doing her job. This is just me showing you Trump's head spiritual advisor, presidential spiritual advisor, just doing her job. Don't be mad at me. This is her doing her job. Tap the screen.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound.
I kind of like this clip. You guys hate this? It goes on and on.
Of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcements.
Trump doesn't want them coming from Africa and South America, Paula. He specifically told us that. I think the angels need to come from whiter areas. But thank you.
Angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement. Fika hata anda ata ora bata rata ande eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound of victory.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. Do you see what I'm saying? This is Trump's chosen spiritual advice. This is who it is. She's literally grifting people, being like, don't pay. I could show you clips of her saying, do not pay your light bill. You need to give me my money first. She's worse than Trump. This could be a great club mix. This could be a banger for sure. I love the guy, and I have seen at least 20 clips of that same guy. I don't know. Is that her son? Who is it? He paces back and forth as she's doing this super weird stuff. Anyways, just thought I'd end this episode of What the F is Going On in This Country with a smile. 50-50-er. She needs to stop calling the angels from brown and black places, or Trump's gonna fire her. That's pretty much what I think she needs to do immediately. Call those angels from Europe, because Trump does not want them coming from South America. Period. Full stop, lady. Read. And what is the name of that documentary? Because I thought there's this part of the documentary that I was suggesting. It's on Hulu. It's called God Forbid. Okay. There's a documentary on Hulu called God Forbid. Everyone should watch it. It's so interesting because it's about Jerry Falwell Jr., right? Which it's actually about the coolest thing about Jerry Falwell Jr. And this is not kink shaming. I'm being dead serious. I'm glad that his kink is that he likes to watch his wife have sex with other people. I think that's totally healthy and normal. That's the most normal thing about that guy I've ever heard. But that's not okay for if you're an evangelical, pastor. The documentary about that, and the guy they met who worked at, I can't remember which South Beach hotel, but he talks about it. Just watch it, because then this guy who was doing this with them for 7 years, he's a kid. He's a young, good-looking kid. If you've ever been out in South Beach, everyone that works at a pool in South Beach is extremely attractive and young. And he basically has this relationship with them as a couple for 7 years. And he meets Paula White. He meets all of these people in Trump's first administration. And he's like, oh, I get it now. This is all fake. He's like, if you meet them in in person, it's all just a grift. None of these people are like this. None of these people are acting weird. They're just all grifters. So again, it's called God Forbid. It's on Hulu. It's an amazing documentary, super entertaining. I highly recommend documentaries to calm your anxiety. That's what I do when I'm feeling super anxious. I just educate myself a little more. Anyways, I just thought I'd show you guys that I know documentaries are the best anxiety. I wrap myself in a weighted blanket and just watch documentaries. That's my best anxiety. Oh, or I do also love terrible reality show. What did he have an affair? an affair with his wife. No, Jerry Falwell Jr., he's not having an affair. Like, it's just a kink, right? Like, they're married, and Jerry Falwell Jr. and his wife love each other very much. You know, it's just that, like, their kink is that they go find a third person, and Jerry Falwell Jr. likes to watch his wife get effed by someone else. It's called cuckolding. It's a category on Pornhub. You can look it up. It's like not that weird of a thing either. I think it's cool. I think that's the coolest fact I've ever known about Jerry Falwell Jr. Everything else seems gross and awful. Like, yeah. So it's not that like he's cheating on his wife with like, it's not that. He just likes to watch. That's all. Like, and like his wife with young, good-looking men. And like, anyways, God Forbid is the name of the documentary. It's amazing. Paula White, like the kid that they meet and have a relationship with for like 7 years, talks about like all of these evangelical pastors in Trump's administration. It's interesting to watch. So it just, if you were wondering, like, he's like, yeah, I saw Paula White like on TV and I thought she was nuts. And he's like, when you meet her in person, she's just like a normal person. Like, this is all a grift. Yeah, I can't remember which Miami hotel, but to be a pool boy, if you will, out of Miami hotel, you have to be extremely attractive. Like, if you've ever been to, like, just to give you an idea, to get a cocktail at like a pool in South Beach, it costs like $25. And I mean, for the weakest, crappiest one. Yes, that's where the term cuck comes from, cuckolding. It's a kink, right? Like, some people get the fountain blue. Yeah, I'm not saying it in the French way, so I'm butchering it, and don't judge me. But yeah, Disney Plus is owned by Hulu, and Disney is owned by Disney as well. Same company, all the same. How do you run around church with your third? You need to watch this. Like, it just shows you how who they are, like, to the evangelical world. They are not in real life. Like, Jerry Falwell Jr. was like funding this guy's like businesses. You just have, again, it's called God Forbid. And these people look crazy, but I will just say it seems to be an act. It seems like they're just normal people. And this is like the job they do for work, and then they go away and they're just weirdos who like to watch their wife, get effed by someone else. And again, I'm not kink shaming. I think that's the best thing I've ever learned about Jerry Falwell Jr. It's the most honest thing. It's on Hulu in case anyone wants to know. Yeah, I feel like I said that. Yeah, Hulu or Disney Plus. Hulu and Disney owns Hulu, as ABC, Hulu, all the same place. So yeah. Anyways, okay, I have to call it there because I've got to go running and I've got to go do a couple errands for my dad, so he can stay in his chair and be indoctrinated by Fox News. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, just a reminder, is the only day I don't do the people's receipts. Tomorrow's the broadcast. Dr. Danny, Potty Mouth Pollyanna, Mandy, and I will be talking about how conservative policy is affecting women. We do that a little earlier. So 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And I'll just start earlier since daylight savings happened. And same thing. So I know we started an hour late today because I forgot about the time change because we don't have daylight savings in Arizona. But yeah, it will just be normal time on Wednesday, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern, and all start early. Thank you guys so much for putting up with me. I know I was a little scattered. I was nauseous today, so I couldn't take my ADHD meds. So I apologize, but I threw them up once. It's no point in wasting them. Hopefully I'll be a lot more focused tomorrow. Have a great day. I shall see you tomorrow for the broadcast. Love you all. I know I'm okay. I'm just being honest. Thanks, Jer. You're amazing. We still got the receipts. Have a great day, guys. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye.